All right, I'll open the closed session meeting on June 22nd, 2026. Time is 5 p.m. Miss Anna, can you call roll?
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Thorpe.
Here.
Councilmember Woolsey.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Beaver.
I'm here.
Mayor Venable.
Here.
All present.
All right. Do we have public comment?
We do. We'll start with Kathy Sellers, followed by Ed Timmons.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Kathy Sellers, District 1. Tonight, I'm asking this council to seriously consider pursuing settlement discussions in both the Serrano Estates and Wine Country Specific Plan lawsuits rather than continuing costly litigation that further divides our community and increases expenses for taxpayers. Whether residents support or oppose these projects, everyone pays for the legal bills. Outside municipal, land use, and appellate attorneys commonly bill hundreds of dollars per hour. Every month these lawsuits continue, taxpayer dollars are spent on litigation rather than public services, infrastructure, parks, public safety, and other community priorities. I'm also concerned about what appears to be inconsistent treatment regarding conflicts of interest and representation. The city's legal advice reportedly concluded that Councilmember Matt Garner could participate in decisions involving the Wine Country Specific Plan, yet Councilmember Bob Miller was advised to recuse himself from Serrano Estates matters. If those determinations were legally correct, I believe residents deserve a clear public explanation of the distinctions between the two situations. Because the city attorney is funded by taxpayers, residents also deserve confidence that legal advice is being applied consistently and in the best interests of the community. The practical effect was that District 1 residents were left without representation on a matter directly affecting their community because their elected representative could not participate in that decision. Whether legally required or not, that outcome has raised legitimate questions and contributed to public distrust. I would also ask the council to consider the challenges facing California's wine industry and agricultural economy. Changing market conditions, rising costs, environmental pressures, and economic uncertainty continue to affect vineyards and agricultural operations throughout the state. At a time when wine country faces significant challenges, preserving flexibility and maintaining positive relationships with local landowners and stakeholders should be a priority. Finally, I believe residents deserve transparency regarding the role of outside advisors and consultants involved with major development projects. If individuals with criminal convictions continue to advise parties connected to projects affecting Yucaipa, the public has a right to understand what role they play and whether their involvement serves the best interests of our community. It is particularly troubling that such an individual previously served as a voting member of the Yucaipa Wine Country Planning Committee, helping shape recommendations on issues that continue to affect our community today. Public confidence in local government depends not only on legal compliance, but also on sound judgment and transparency. Settlement does not require anyone to admit wrongdoing. It simply recognizes that compromise is often less expensive, less divisive, and more productive than years of litigation. I respectfully urge this council to direct staff and legal counsel to explore all reasonable settlement opportunities in both the Serrano Estates and Wine Country Specific Plan matters, to provide greater transparency regarding recusal decisions, and to focus on solutions that bring our community together rather than drive it further apart. Yucaipa residents deserve fiscal responsibility, accountability, and leadership that seeks common ground whenever possible. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you.
Ed Timmons.
Good afternoon, or is it good evening? Is it good evening now? Maybe. It's on the brink. Good evening, council. Just a few things. One is on the agenda today, there's a few items that haven't gone for proposal in RFP. Just encourage council that wherever you see an item that hasn't gone out for RFP, request that it goes out for RFP. The last time we did that, we saved about 15%. From the same vendor. The vendor resubmitted a bid and saved us 15%. So sometimes we can keep the same vendor, but save a couple $1,000, a couple $10,000. Second is, I'd like to bring up the Koyman property. And Deputy Mayor Justin Beaver, you were the mayor during the time that decision was made, around December of 2023. What I want to draw your attention to is that when the property was appraised, now it's my understanding that the landowner provided an appraisal, may have provided an appraisal, and then we saw our own appraisal before we lent out money on that property. But if you look at the appraisal that we used as the basis for lending money out on that property, it makes the presumption that bringing that property from the limited level of utilities that it has to a superior level of utilities was just $1.5 million. So the comparable properties that were used to assign a value to that land were all marked at superior level of utilities. We're not there. So to make an adjustment to bring us to that level to comp the property out, we're saying $1.5 million brings those 80 acres up to a superior level of utility. Do you think it's $1.5 million? If it was, wouldn't it have already been developed? It's not $1.5 million. That's understated by about 5 times. We'll be fortunate to get out from under that property. If someone comes up with the money in order to, even us off, that'd be awesome. But understand that between the time that that decision was made in December and today, that property was underwater by millions of dollars. We overlent on that property. And I encourage council to find out how that happened and why it happened and what you were basing your decision on. What reliance, what trust, what level of confidence. And the fact that it was brought before public session, before the public, to make the decision, but everything that has happened since, it's my understanding, the property went into default, has not been in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. We allowed to say anything about that?
I wouldn't at this time, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Is there any more?
No more comments.
All right, so we'll move to closed session. I have one thing. Oh, you do?
Mayor, I'll need to recuse from, I believe it's item B, item A, due to the decision that the FPPC made that I asked for when I first came on the council, which is doing my job as a council member in that district. That's why I asked ahead of time, because I believe in doing things right. So I would love to sit in on them conversations, but I can't. That would be violating the law. So, Stephen, am I correct on that? And thank you, you're the one that helped me with that.
Yeah, I did just want to say, as to Councilmember Miller's recusal, as well as the former council member from his district, both of those decisions were reviewed by the FPPC and they confirmed it. I understand that the regulations might be a little confusing to members of the public. I'd be happy to put together a short explainer at some point if it would help. However, that decision, as to Councilmember Miller, we sent it to the FPPC for them to do a recommendation, and they provided that opinion. So we do have that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so now we'll move to closed session, and it's 5:08.
Okay.
You guys ready? Well, all right. We'll open the regular City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority meeting today, June 22nd, 2026. And the time is 6 p.m. All right, for the invocation, Pastor, oh, yeah. And then Corbin, after she prays, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we gather tonight grateful for the beauty of our city, Yucaipa. We acknowledge the weight of leadership and the profound trust placed in this council by the people they serve. We ask for courage for our mayor and council members, the courage to make difficult choices, the vision to see beyond the present moment, and the humility to listen to all voices. Grant them exceptional wisdom and clarity as they deliberate on the matters at hand. May every decision made in these chambers be rooted in integrity, justice, and a fierce commitment to the well-being of every resident. Remove any spirit of division. Replace it with a shared commitment to collaboration, mutual respect, and forward progress. Remind us all that our strength lies in our unity and our shared love for this city. Bless our city staff, our emergency responders, and the families who live, work, and thrive here. May the work done in this meeting tonight pave the way for a safer, more prosperous, and more vibrant future for Yucaipa. We pray in your matchless name. Amen.
Everybody please stand and put your right hand over your heart and we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Corbin. All right, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Miller,
Here.
Councilmember Thorpe,
Here.
Councilmember Woolsey,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Beaver,
Here.
Mayor Venable,
Here.
all present.
All right. Mr. City Attorney, is there anything out of closed session you report?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no reportable action out of today's closed session.
Thank you. Dr. Moore, is there any changes to the agenda?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. No changes to the agenda.
All right, now can we ask Chief Walsh to come on up?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed Council. Thank you all for joining us as we honor a significant milestone in the career of one of our own. Tonight, we gather in a longstanding tradition of the Fire Service to welcome Battalion Chief Mark Walsh into his new rank. The Fire Service is built on customs, and that reminds us of who we are, where we came from, and what we stand for. Among these traditions, the badge pinning holds a special place. It marks a moment of transition, not just in title, but in responsibility, leadership, and the trust placed in the individual by their department and our community. For Battalion Chief Walsh, this moment is a reflection of nearly 2 decades of dedication. His CAL FIRE career began in 2007 as a firefighter paramedic in the Riverside Unit, where he established the foundation of integrity, skill, professionalism that defines him to this day. From 2014 to 2018, he continued to advance his capabilities in the San Luis Obispo Unit as a fire apparatus engineer paramedic. In addition to his emergency response duties, he contributed behind the scenes as a chapter finance director for our local 2881 and was building schedule and database systems that strengthened Unit Operations. In 2018, Mark transferred to the San Diego unit before moving into a role especially meaningful to our community, his promotion as a fire captain paramedic here in the city of Yucaipa. He oversaw the city's EMS daily operations and led the development of an incident tracking system that we continue to use and enhances our operational awareness and accountability we use today. His work in Yucaipa remains part of the strong legacy of service that defines our city. Mark later returned to San Diego unit, first serving in the field and then stepping into the EMS Bureau, where he guided development and implementation of unit-wide EMS training programs, and recently a robust ambulance program, which is going to be crucial to our overseeing EMS transportation here as part of ConFire. He's already assigned to that implementation team. So since 2022, he's served as a comps claim unit leader for our Type 1 incident management team, so the largest fires in California. He goes to that as part of a command team, and remains actively involved in several CAL FIRE committees, supporting statewide readiness and incident response and operations. Tonight, as we welcome him to the rank of battalion chief, we not only acknowledge his accomplishments, but also recognize the character behind him. Leadership in the fire service demands composure, judgment, humility, and the ability to bring calm to chaos. Mark has demonstrated these traits consistently throughout his career. But no one advances in this profession alone. A fire service career is built on the strength of those who stand behind us, encourage us, and accept the demands of the job without hesitation. Probably a little hesitation, but for that, Mark's support comes from his wife, Jackie, and their 3 children, Connor, Cameron, and Corbin, who bring energy, pride, and purpose to his life outside the uniform. Their family's dedication mirrors his own, from their busy schedules of sports and activities to the time and sacrifices that come with this profession. Including the family in the badge pinning is more than a ceremonial tradition. It's acknowledgement that their commitment is intertwined with his. They've shared his challenges, the long hours, and unpredictable nature of our calling. Tonight is as much a celebration of them as it is of Mark. At this time, I'd like to invite Connor, Cameron, and Corbin to come forward and pin their father's badge as he steps into his new role as our newest Yucaipa battalion chief. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Battalion Chief Mark Walsh. May he continue to lead with professionalism, integrity, and the steady dedication that has defined every chapter of his service so far.
Can we get a picture?
Just gonna say a quick thank you.
Yes, once again, thank you, Chief Malinowski, for this opportunity to return, and to all the team back behind me, to look at me and to provide me with this great honor to come back to the city of Yucaipa and to lead yourselves alongside with Grant and Chief Landavazo as well, and our team here, CAL FIRE San Bernardino. And I appreciate everybody here, the team, all 3 stations back here and the engine crews. I can't do it without them every single day, and I appreciate this. And to my loving wife, Jacqueline, for many, many decades of us spending together and raising our 3 kids, Connor, Cameron, and Corbin. I couldn't do it without them. They are the ultimate sacrifice that keep me pushing forward, and I appreciate you guys and all the time for meeting everybody over the past couple of weeks. It's been a great opportunity, and I look forward to working harder and harder. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's much easier.
I know it. Oh, God, see, just break his foot.
You did you hit your foot?
I just kicked my foot. I'm all right. Okay. Now, the Director of Finance, right?
No,
Public-
I don't think so.
Says. Oh, recognition of Chief Malinowski. Sorry. Recognition of Chief Malinowski.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry.
all right. Honorable Mayor and Council, tonight's second recognition. It's my honor tonight to present the recognition for Yucaipa Fire Chief Grant Malinowski for earning one of the most prestigious statewide honors in emergency medical services, the EMS Cross. Awarded by the California Emergency Medical Services Authority on June 2nd in Napa Valley, this award is presented to only a handful of EMS professionals out of the 86,000 providers across California and recognizes not a single act, but a career defined by exceptional leadership, innovation, and long-term contributions to the EMS system statewide. Chief Malinowski's career, spanning more than 25 years, exemplifies that standard. He has risen through the ranks in the fire service, maintaining his paramedic credentials, from firefighter paramedic to engineer paramedic, captain paramedic, and now battalion chief paramedic. Each step reflecting his drive to elevate patient care and strengthen the EMS system. What makes Chief Malinowski's accomplishment especially remarkable is that he not only serves as the Yucaipa Fire Chief, but also simultaneously serves as the EMS Chief and EMS Coordinator for the CAL FIRE San Bernardino unit. In this additional regional role, he oversees EMS operations for more than 500 personnel across San Bernardino, Inyo County, and Mono County, ensuring clinical oversight, quality assurance, and system design that impacts hundreds of thousands of residents. Under his leadership, our local and regional EMS systems have undergone significant improvements. Chief Malinowski has advanced pediatric EMS readiness and moved our city towards administering blood products in the field with an estimated date of this November. He has also modernized our electronic patient care reporting infrastructure, improving accuracy, dispatch coordination, and data-driven decision-making. These advancements directly benefit the residents of Yucaipa and the surrounding region. He has volunteered over 10,000 hours precepting students supporting Yucaipa High School Law and Public Safety Academy, building strong career pathways for the next generation of EMTs and paramedics, which is work that has shaped the future of EMS in our region. It's because of this sustained excellence across operations, education, leadership, and community service that the state of California has recognized him with the EMS Cross. Chief Malinowski, on behalf of myself, the city of Yucaipa, and the entire community, we congratulate you. There you are. Your dedication has strengthened not only our city, but emergency medical care across the state of California. We're proud and grateful to celebrate this achievement with you. Can we get a picture, sir?
Yeah.
Real quick, just appreciate Trevor submitting that. I like the spotlight on the guys behind me in the department and the city. Don't really like it on myself, so yeah, it's not the best. But thank you. I'm humbled and honored for just doing what we do and trying to make the product we provide the public better. So thank you.
Everybody take a step to your right. Thank you so much. All right, 1, 2, 3. 1. Thank you.
All right. Now, recognition of Director of Finance. Oops.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This will be brief. After an extensive recruitment process, I am pleased to announce the successful completion of a highly competitive search for the position of Director of Finance. The recruitment process included multiple stages consisting of external and internal interview panels, followed by a finalist interview. A total of 31 applications applied for the position. Of those, 12 candidates were selected to advance to the external interview panel. 5 candidates progressed to the internal interview panel, and then 2 finalists were invited to participate in the final interview process. Following this comprehensive recruitment effort, our new Director of Finance, Mr. Harant Manuelian, sitting to my left here, was selected for the position based on his extensive experience, professional qualifications, demonstrated leadership in all facets of municipal finance. Mr. Manuelian brings more than 24 years municipal government and private sector experience with expertise in accounts payable, accounts receivable, auditing, accounting, payroll administration, budgeting, public finance, grant management, debt administration, public investments, and business license administration. He holds a bachelor's degree from the University of California, Riverside, and is a certified CPA, and has served in leadership roles in the cities of Lawndale, Maywood, and Carson. Mr. Manuelian started his position last week. We threw him into the fire on the budget, and we look forward to his leadership and advancing the city's financial operations and supporting the city's goals of transparency, collaboration, fiscal responsibility, and organizational excellence. We are excited to have him as part of our organization and look forward to his contributions in serving our community. I want to introduce Harant, and if he wants to say a few words to the mayor and council and the committee.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. Excited to work with everybody and move Yucaipa forward. Thank you so much.
All right. Welcome to our beautiful little town. So, you want to get, yeah, let's get a picture. This should be the last picture.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate it.
Okay, one more time. One step to the right. One step to the right. I like the flag.
All right.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Now moving on to public safety. Captain?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Here is your April 2026 Public Safety Report. For calls for service, we had 3,766 calls for service in April. We maintained a 4-minute average response time to emergency calls, and peak call times continued to be Monday through Thursday afternoons. For Part 1 crimes, we had 1 homicide, 0 rapes or robberies, 27 aggravated assaults, 5 burglaries, 18 larceny or thefts, and 8 motor vehicle thefts. For arrests, we had 79 adults that were booked into one of our correctional facilities. Most common arrests were narcotic-related offenses, warrant arrests, assaults, trespass offenses, and DUIs. In our traffic enforcement division, we issued 179 traffic citations, investigated 29 traffic accidents, and had 20 DUI arrests. For the traffic collision investigations, there were 16 non-injury, 5 minor injury, and 1 major injury. Again, there was 20 DUIs, 7 of which were involved in traffic collisions. And for focus areas of enforcement, we conducted several e-bike enforcement operations. On April 9th, we had Yucaipa Community Park, Fur Avenue in Fremont, Chapman Heights and Oak Glen. On the 13th, we had Yucaipa Community Park, Fur Avenue in Fremont, the 35600 block of Carter Street, Flag Hill Park, and Acacia Avenue and First Street. On the 13th, we also had a pursuit involving an e-motorcycle. That juvenile rider was arrested and booked at Juvenile Hall. On April 15th and 16th, the same locations as above with the addition of Colorado Street and 9th. For traffic enforcement operations, on April 17th, the Community Park, Fur Avenue in Fremont, Chapman Heights, and Oak Glen, there was a e-bike ride-out organized by some people in the area. On that day, we had 2 pursuits of e-motorcycles. Both juvenile riders were arrested. One was booked at Juvenile Hall, and one was leased to his parent. On April 24th, Yucaipa Community Park, Fur Avenue in Fremont, 35600 block of Carter, Flag Hill Park, Acacia, and First. And on the 29th, the park, Yucaipa Community Park, Fur Avenue, Fremont, and Flag Hill Park. For our solution-oriented policing team, they had 31 transient calls for service, 14 complaints or tips were received via the Yucaipa app, 9 subjects accepted assistance or information, and there was 1 placement. There were 79 park patrols or vacant property checks. We continued to collaborate with local business owners and got 13 new letters of agency signed. 8 arrests were for misdemeanor drug or trespassing offenses, 1 for felony violation, and 3 for warrants. Any questions concerning April?
Question, but I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
On the e-bikes, it looks like that, Fur Avenue, Chapman Heights, Acacia Avenue, Colorado, those seem to be the hot spots, don't they?
These were primarily based off of citizen complaints or tips. So those are the areas that we focused in. The ride out obviously wasn't based on tips. This is something that we heard through social media.
Yeah. Now, I've also seen reports of the bikers riding around in the stores, like in Vons or something, actually riding their bikes in the stores. Does anybody report that to you?
So I don't think I've heard that, but we can look into it and see if the deputies it didn't get up to me, but
Okay,
we'll look into it.
thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Chief. Excellent job on crime stats again. I don't want to jinx us, but the crime rate, well done by your deputies and your staff and holistically working with code enforcement and everybody else. So for the average viewer or people that may listen to the meeting, explain what an e-bike ride out is.
So an e-bike ride out is an organized event that's organized by e-bike riders. You say e-bike, but a lot of them were e-motorcycles. But there was both versions of the electronic conveyances that were there,
How's it organized?
primarily through social media.
And do you feel the enforcement actions that you guys have taken has put a dent in some of the social media activity and/or ride-outs?
I would say the ride out so far. In fact, right now we're having a little lull. I don't want to jinx that. Hopefully we're good. But right now we're in another lull, and I would like to contribute that to the enforcement actions by our traffic division and other supporting deputies on the enforcement that they've conducted so far.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
We got one more for May since we didn't have April last month, so we'll move on. For calls for service, we had just under 3,500 calls, maintained a 4-minute average response time to emergency calls. Peak times continue to be Monday through Thursday afternoons. For Part 1 crimes, we had 0 homicides, 1 reported rape, 0 robberies, 25 aggravated assaults, 4 burglaries, and 14 larceny or thefts, and 1 motor vehicle theft. For arrests, we had 80 adults that were booked into one of our correctional facilities. Most common arrests were narcotic-related offenses, warrant arrests, assaults, petty theft offenses, and DUIs. For the traffic division, we had 134 traffic citations issued, and they investigated 34 traffic accidents. We had 12 DUIs in May. For the traffic collision investigations, we had 14 non-injury and 3 minor injury traffic collisions, 2 major injury traffic collisions, and 1 fatal injury. Of the 12 DUIs that we investigated, 4 were traffic collision involved, and there were 6 hit and run TCs. So for traffic enforcement areas of focus, we conducted several operations. We were at the Yucaipa Community Park, Carter Street in Fremont, Fur Avenue in Fremont, Yucaipa Boulevard and 10th, Washington and 8th, Colorado and 10th, Juniper and Bryant, and 2nd and Amberleaf Way. Again, those are based primarily off of citizen complaints. For solution-oriented policing, they contacted 29 transit calls and handled 21 complaints via the Yucaipa app. 5 subjects accepted assistance or information, 37 park patrols or vacant property checks, continued to collaborate with local businesses, and 28 new letters of agency were signed. 4 arrests for misdemeanor drug or trespassing offenses, 1 for felony violation, and 7 for warrants. Any questions concerning May?
Bob? Anybody?
All righty.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For fire April and May consolidated, for April, we ran to just short of 700 calls per service and increased about 735 for May, and then we'll start seeing peak seasons here, June, July, August, through the summer. Some of the significant incidents, Carbon fire down in Carbon Canyon. I took a engine strike team, same thing for the Vista fire, and ran one of the divisions on that fire. Traffic accident with extrication on Forest Oaks. Wildwood Canyon, we had a significant structure fire, and then the 2 motorcycle TCs that council's well aware of, and then we had a significant flooding on Shadowwood. Just some of the trainings and highlights from the month. Our folks go through, our department does mandatory testing, so they get tested on wildland and structural stuff. A lot of departments don't necessarily do that, but they have a minimum standard they have to meet for CAL FIRE. We also had our ESS, Employee Support Services, and peer support folks come out. Stuff that didn't exist when I or Councilman Miller there probably got into the service. And attended CFED West, one of the largest fire EMS conferences out here. And then we presented, myself and Landon presented at the Floodplain Management Association, kind of on our efforts on dealing with the post-wildfire emergency watershed, so the El Dorado flood. So we somehow became subject matter experts out of necessity through dealing with that. And then we did have a successful paramedic student graduation. Our student Derek Munoz right there, and that's 600 hours of precepting each paramedic students. They volunteer for that. So We took the city manager to our headquarters, so I think he liked that more than he thought he was going to, and learned that there's a lot more to fire than just like PD. There's a lot of technologies that we're leveraging. There's a lot more to it than just wet stuff, red stuff. Confire, we have a anticipated rollout date of October 1st to provide ambulance transportation services, so more to come with that. We were awarded a California Fire Foundation grant for $12,000 to continue our curbside chipping, which has been going really well. We're getting a lot of signups on that, and we're out chipping every second Monday of the month. So you can go right on the freechipping.org and sign up for it, and we'll come to your house, chip it, and take it away. And then we also, as Public Safety Manager Benson alluded to, we received an award from OTS, and we're looking to be the first CAL FIRE unit statewide to carry blood products. Your chance of survival on a hemorrhagic call, like our recent auto peds and motorcycles down, goes up drastically if we can get blood in the field. And then we talked about community chipping. A lot of stuff in 2 months. First Responder Appreciation Breakfast at Church of the Christ. Our Law and Public Safety Academy had their capstone events, so we went to that, and that's their graduation events they do as part of that program. We did a pretty robust middle school STEM day at Wildwood Christian Academy with a couple hundred students going over the science, technology, engineering, math side of the fire service. YMAF standby, love Yucaipa, which was good. Firefighter Appreciation Day at the Yucaipa Library, our second or third Challengers game. Every 15 minutes at the high school, which give you a short background, that's what got me into the fire service, was actually, so I didn't drink or drive either, so I guess it was duly effective, but we definitely participate in that, support that. Our Yucaipa Adult School, we did hands-only CPR workshop for them. Law and Public Safety Disaster Day event where they hold their own MCI drill and we come proctor. City Hall tour, we did standby for the Redlands Bicycle Classic, and then Run for the Hills 5K. Standby.
All right, well, thank you.
Just consistency is key, so I thought I'd say it again. So 312 calls for service in the month of May. Divide that by the number of days in the month. We have about 10 calls for service in a 24-hour period. So that means that your guys are responding to another call for service every just under 2.5 hours. When you couple in the time it takes to respond to the call, take care of the call, and respond back to the station, another hour later they're going to another call on average. I mean, it depends on the call, but what that means is we're asking those guys to work days on end, getting maybe, if they're able to fall asleep, in an hour, a combined maybe 7 or 8 hours in their, 3 days they work at a time?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I said I would say it every time we have these public safety reports, we're failing our fire department. So hopefully we can do better when it comes to time to decide on squads and finding ways to alleviate, because I would be one grumpy person responding to life and death situations if I only got 5 or so hours of sleep in 72 hours trying to push medication, save lives, and remember my paramedic training. So you guys are heroes, and we appreciate everything you do. We need to do better on our end, so thank you.
You'll be getting used to that here pretty soon when you have that baby.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris.
Anyone? All right. Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead.
The only thing, explain how important that, like you said, probably peer support wasn't a novel thing when we started in the business, but it is critical, firefighters helping firefighters in the training they receive under, the stressful situations they deal with out there. Can you explain what the peer supporting training is and who's doing it? Well, you don't say who's doing it, but that you have.
So kind of what I was alluding to is that when I started, with fire service 26 years ago, it was you just tuck that deep down inside and you never talk about it. And then these guys and gals who were just super tough as nails were having problems. And it's like, no way, that person was, they were the person, and then they're having these PTSD and retiring out. And it came out of necessity. And luckily, that's one thing the state did a really good job on. And we actually responded, just like we have fires for mutual aid, we responded out to the LA County station shooting with the involved firefighters and did peer support there. So, and I lived through this as it grew. You'd have people come out like clinicians who don't know the service. They don't know what you go through. They don't walk in your shoes. And the first generation of peer support, your peers, they weren't necessarily all that great either because they were already kind of broken, like, well, I'm worse than you. So, but it's evolved into a really good program where You know, it's going to be a horrible situation, but they're just like on 911 calls. They're there to make the best out of the worst day of your life. So we have a pretty good program for that. Hope that answers your question. But
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Chief. Yep. All right, code enforcement.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and Council. Once again, I'm going to be standing here in behalf of Diana, who's off today, getting her house tented for bugs. Kind of appropriate when it comes to code enforcement, I guess, right? So the code enforcement statistics for April and May 2026. In April, there were 36 new cases submitted. 17 of those 36 were resolved by the end of the month. The top cases, like always, are going to be excessive vegetation, trash, debris, public right-of-way maintenance, land use. As far as inspection activity, there were 73 inspections conducted by our officers. 49 of those 73 inspections were closed out. We don't need to return to those. $1,059 were received in citation fees. There were 5 new cases opened on mobile home parks. 0 comprehensive inspections, we're working on those, and 2 poultry ranch inspections with no violations found. As far as May goes, there were 34 new cases submitted. 11 of those 34 were cleared by the end of the month. This is a kind of highlight some of the cases that our officers come in contact with on a daily basis regarding hoarding, excessive trash and debris. And as far as May goes, there were 45 inspections conducted by our officers. 36 of those 45 were closed out and they don't need to return to them. The remaining they're going to have to return to. $231 in citation fees. 4 new mobile home park cases were opened. 1 poultry ranch inspection with no violations found. And that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Anna?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This is your monthly usage report for the months of April and May for your Yucaipa mobile app. For the month of April, we had a total of 208 monthly users. We had 214 issues reported, and our top issue was streets. There was a decrease from the month of March to the month of April in the total of users and also in the total issues submitted. But once again, street remains the consistent top issue. So streets, 71 issues reported. Code enforcement came in second with 51 issues, and then graffiti vandalism came in third with 24 issues reported. Of the streets issues, we had 25 pothole, 16 for weeds overgrowth, 13 other issues, 10 for illegal dumping, 6 for signs, and 1 related to sidewalks. Our response time for street city issues, 1.9 days. For code enforcement, 5.6 days. And then for graffiti vandalism, we're at 2.7. For the month of May, we had 244 monthly users. We had 300 reported issues, and the top issue was streets. We had an increase in total monthly users, a significant increase from the month of April to May in total issues reported. And again, your top issue was streets. We had 73 street issues reported. We had 66 code enforcement issues, and again, graffiti vandalism, 42 issues reported and came in third. We had 24 potholes, 17 other issues reported, 11 weeds overgrowth, 8 illegal dumping, 7 for sidewalk, and 6 for signs. And then your response times, 4.6 days for street city issues, 3.4 days for code enforcement, and then for graffiti vandalism, just over 4 days. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Hannah.
I have a question, and it might be actually a Sheriff's Department and Trevor answer, but relative to the graffiti and vandalism, when we send our team out there to do that response, are we documenting that so that we can pursue if it's tagging, if somebody wants to start putting their moniker up and we can start driving that down? Are we just doing remediation and trying to make it go away as quickly as possible to eliminate blight? And if the numbers continue to go up relative to graffiti, is it something we want to start entertaining of, photographing, documenting, and building a book so that we can pursue that should the little would-be artists like to pay us back one day.
We do document it. It's not in a database or any kind of system. It's more archaic. It's just with the photograph with our cell phone camera.
Sure.
Public Works does it, and if they notice a trend or a common moniker or a common symbol or something like that, then they'll pass it on to us.
Okay.
And we will pursue them. We have recently gone after vandalism. I think there was one over on the new 7-Eleven on Oak Glen and Bryant.
Remember that.
The deputies worked it backwards and served a search warrant at the house and got him in custody. So it works. It's just we don't have the fancy database technology or software or anything like that.
Yep, doesn't sound like we need it as of now, if you guys are working it the way, if it works for you now, but certainly if people want to form little cliques and tagging cruising gangs in our city, maybe we be a little more aggressive and lean on our gang team to come up here and sweep a little bit. So, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Bob.
Trev, I just want to dovetail a little bit on that. There's up in District 1, there's this, I guess it's a construction holding site on Bryant and Juniper, where it comes down there. It's got blue fencing around it, temporary fencing. Yep. I'm not sure. I think it's the guys doing the underground lines for electric. That fence gets tagged a lot. I couldn't figure out what it was, but the owner's responsible, or whoever's leasing that is going to take care of that, right? I think they did
100%.
recently, but it's sat there quite a while. I know it seems like a small thing, but it's the quality of life stuff that you got to get, man. And you're good at, your team's good at doing that too. But I noticed that one's getting tagged a lot on and off. So just for information, if you could just check it once in a while.
Absolutely. We'll receive it. We'll make contact with him, have him remedy his fence, and if he doesn't remedy the fence, we'll go through the process on it. But we'll make sure it's cleaned up.
Yeah, you're always on it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then for me, and I guess I would ask, is somebody renting that property with all that equipment there, the underground folks, or what's going on there?
They have a agreement with the property owner to use it temporarily as they're doing the work as Edison is doing the work up in the North Bench.
The subcontractor for Edison?
Yes.
And who's the property owner up there?
I don't have that information.
Okay, we can get it later. No problem. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Bob.
Trevor,
John.
got a question for you.
Trevor.
You're getting closer to that seat each time.
Yeah, I looked, I waited, I'm like, nope, nothing.
I had to wait for my permission before I start talking. Hey, when they do the illegal dumping in town,
Yes, sir.
do we look to see if there's any way, I mean, we don't want to spend a ton of deputy time on it, but if they look to see if there's any way to backtrack that too, so we can do like a cost recovery or
Absolutely, 100%.
meter case or something against people
No,
dumping
we're
stuff
pretty
in our
aggressive
city?
with digging through the trash, trying to find if we, can see, a bill that came from a house or, a series of, Amazon packages that, go back to that house, things like that. Yeah, we'll work at 100%. And I wouldn't say we're extremely successful, but we have been successful.
Okay, thank you, that's all I had. Just-
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Judy?
No.
All right, now you made it all the way there.
All right.
Wait a minute, one more second, Trev. No, I'm kidding. All right, so, Miss Anna, do we have public comment?
We do. We'll start with Chuck, followed by Hanson Wong.
So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Concerning the Freedom Fest and the flagpole effort out front, I had these grandiose ideas. As most of you know, I help run the local Facebook page, Yucaipa Bulletin Official, and I had these grandiose ideas of helping with this effort to help the city of Yucaipa support that Freedom Fest. My grandiose has shortfallen drastically. I thought maybe we'd get about $30,000, and it's nowhere near that. Although there were a couple of business owners, Sergio Robles and Carlos, I forget his last name, from BC Tacos that gave a substantial donation to this effort, as well as I have about 20 donation cans around the community, and they're getting some traction, but very little, not what I was expecting at all. But anyway, the Chamber of Commerce has gotten some donations too, and we're working in conjunction. So I believe they're going to be presenting something to you when I get all of my stuff in. So I just wanted to update you on that. Like I say, I'm a little disappointed in the public participation, but it's a learning thing, and it was good for the community to at least help out somewhat. So there's that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hanson Wong, please.
Chuck, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak. They talked about courage. I want to thank you for the courage to allow me to be at the mic. So, a couple of things. One, this is our last meeting before the 4th of July. I want to encourage everyone to have a wonderful 250th anniversary of our country, and it is important in so many ways. We want to thank the services, police, fire, EMT services that help keep this city as safe as possible. So I wanted to make sure they were acknowledged. One of your items, item 8, is the playground stuff for the community center. And I want to applaud the city for looking after 2-year-olds, the type of equipment they're going to get. And if we don't go forward with the Dunlap Park for some reason, I would suggest thinking about placing some playground equipment for the physically challenged kids as well. But if we continue forth, then obviously that was designed for that purpose. So on a financial basis, at least in my line of work, and I'm just passing along, it's important, especially if you're in a straits where you want to consider every dollar and cent, that you account for every dollar and cent. So your committees and your commissions spend money. And I think it would be good for you to see on each of them what money is allotted to them for the year. And you can decide, oh, that's fine, or they need more, they need less, and so on. But to not have a budget in front of you for those things, sometimes things will slip by. The last thing in the last minute is, you know, your decision-making for the city, because we're in a financial strait, is going to be your financial legacy as to what you do. And we're not a business in the city. We're a municipality. We provide services for people, especially first responders and so on. The return on investment is not dollars and cents, like one of the projects we committed to, but it's actually what things makes the city better in whatever way you determine is appropriate. And the decision-making on these financial matters should be based on facts that would help the city and not based on emotions of what you think should be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hanson.
I have no more comments.
All right. Does anybody have any conflict of interest they need to disclose?
Mr. Mayor, I'll have to recuse myself on item number 2 due to my course of employment with the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Anybody else? No? All right. This starts the consent agenda, items 1 through 12. Does anybody, council member, want to pull any item?
Yes, I'd like to pull number 8.
All right, number 8. Anyone else? All right, so we have 1 through 7 and 9 through 12. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Ayes have it. All right, now number 8. Go ahead.
I felt like this was a perfect opportunity for Fermin and I to share how much we work together. He gets to fix everything, and I get to do the fun part of it. So I want to briefly talk about item number 8. In September of 2022, the City Council approved the purchase of playground equipment for 2 playgrounds at the Yucaipa Community Park. The equipment was subsequently installed in 2024, and following that installation, the city received over 50 complaints from residents regarding the new playgrounds. The concerns included that the playground structures were smaller than the previous structures, and that the overall playground areas appeared underutilized given the amount of available space. Residents also expressed a desire similar to what Dr. Wong was speaking about earlier for additional playground that is inclusive for all children. In response to the feedback, Deputy Director of the Public Works Department and the Community Services Department evaluated some playground equipment and the playgrounds and determined that existing playground footprints could accommodate additional equipment while maintaining appropriate safety clearances and accessible requirements. As a result, staff initiated a project to identify enhancements that would be better utilized in the available space, expanding play opportunities for children and improving the overall recreational experience for families visiting the Yucaipa Community Park. There is funding in fiscal year 26 budget for this purchase. However, the project will not be completed by July 1st. Therefore, staff is requesting council authorize a budget adjustment to decrease the funding in the fiscal year 26 and increase the funding in fiscal year 27. This concludes my report. However, for means available or Harant or Ryan, should you have any additional questions that I wasn't able to cover?
Thank you.
Okay, I just had some questions on this. I was curious. In regards to the fund, it is called the, I have it here. Well, it's right here. The Parks Maintenance Division. That's where the money is. When you originally did the original playground equipment, was all that money used that was allocated for that and approved? Was that all used?
No, it wasn't. That fund is part of the Public Works operational budget. You've heard us mention several times in the past about our list of deferred maintenance projects. The playground equipment is one of the items on that list. So this was to address the the deferred maintenance item list, and it's utilizing the budget that the City Council adopted in the Public Works operational budget for building and park maintenance.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify if it was money, like you just said, or if it was new money that was being funded. So you answered my question. Thank you.
All right. So do we have a motion?
I'll move approval on the item.
We got a first?
I'll second.
We got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, well, thank you very much. Now we'll open the public hearing for item number 13, and the time is 6:54. So, Regina Hawkins, all right.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Tonight I present to you the 2026 calendar year vacancy report in compliance of AB 2561. So under Government Code Section 3502.3, requires public agencies to hold a public hearing per fiscal year to discuss the city's workforce vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. The city's recognized employee association is to provide with we have provided them with advance notice of the public hearing. The presentation must be made before adoption of the final budget for the next fiscal year. The city's recognized employee association may present concerns due to their vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts during the public hearing. The city does have one bargaining unit and one unrepresented group. Additional reporting obligations would occur if vacancies within the single bargaining unit meet or exceed 20% of the full-time total of all the authorized positions at the affected bargaining unit's request. The city's recognized group is Yucaipa General Employees Association, and as of May 19th, 2026, the represented association had 7 vacancies of the 51 full-time positions, which represents 13.73% of the association's workforce that was vacant. The city recognizes that the vacant positions of the association may be due to the reorganization of departments and of funding sources. The city has taken necessary steps to ensure that salary and benefits for the unit have been addressed during the negotiations that were adopted and approved back in December of 2025 that did become effective July of 2025. And that concludes my report. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
No comments on this item.
Okay. No rebuttal. I close the hearing at 6:56. Any council discussions?
I just got a quick question. So then, granted, we're below the 20% threshold, but do we have as we lead into the budget, do we have a plan to address the 13.73% vacancy in this budget cycle, or is it anticipated? Is it a funding issue? Is it a recruitment issue or retention issue? What do we think the driving force is behind us having that
I believe
vacancy rate?
the 13.73% was due to some of the positions either were filled but then had vacated, employees had left. And I believe now for the next fiscal budget, some of those positions have been, I believe, will not appear in this next fiscal year budget.
These are only for represented units, not
Yes,
management?
this report is only meant for the represented unit, not for the unrepresented.
Other questions? Thank you.
All right. John? Judy? All right. So
Okay, thank you very much. I
can we get a
appreciate it.
motion?
Are we making a motion to?
I believe, I'm not sure, I believe it was just a file and report, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, if we can get a motion to receive and file this report and then a roll call vote, please.
I'll move.
Second.
Okay. We got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. Roll call.
Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Councilmember Thorpe?
Aye.
Councilmember Woolsey?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Beaver? Mayor Venable?
Aye.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you. Now moving on to item number 14. Fiscal year annual budget and capital improvement program and other related actions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief and I'll turn it over to Haran, our new Director of Finance, which we introduced previously. So I'll go over a couple things. We heard you loud and clear at the last budget workshop meeting. So again, I just want to reiterate, staff went ahead and we added in this budget, Haran will go over it, we added in the deputy as requested and directed by the council. We also added, as mentioned before, we have the paramedic squad and equipment associated with equipment proposed in the budget. And we also added additional funding for roads. Let me say that again. We added additional funding for roads. Not only the monies that we have set aside through our other measures, but we added general fund monies to the roadways. So we added almost $500,000 to the roadways. Close to there, and Haran will go over all those areas. So I just wanted the council to be aware. And to accomplish this, we did have to reallocate and shift staffing around, and we did freeze some positions, so the council is well aware, so we can free up. So for this paramedic squad and the extra deputy. I'll turn it over to Haran, and he'll go over the budget in detail. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you again. So here we have the 26-27 fiscal budget, along with the budget and fiscal policy, fund balance policy, investment policy, appropriations limit, successor agency, housing budgets, and the revised classification salary table for fiscal 26-27. I'll be basically covering the budget and the big pieces of the budget and kind of go over everything. To start off with general fund. Okay, general fund, we're focusing on general fund since this is, the biggest piece of the budget, the one that, most everybody cares about, one everybody's following. To kind of start with the revenue numbers, we have a list of all the major categories of revenues, property tax, sales tax, and down the list. You can see that most everything is pretty consistent, not much change from year to year. There's about, for 26-27, we're estimating 46,633,169, which is an increase of almost 956,000 compared to last year. And if you scroll down, I'm going to go down a little bit to expenditures. Here's our main categories of expenditures. Again, we're estimating 46 million of expense, which is a 2.7 million increase compared to last year. So general fund, we are balanced. There is no deficit in the general fund, so we are good balanced there. So these are your major revenues, major expenses, and then going into some of the reasons, the biggest increase in expense are your salaries and benefits, and that's coming from your 2.5% COLA adjustment and also benefit increases for the year. Other than that, most everything else is pretty consistent, straightforward, not too many large increases there. Next, I want to go on to public safety, the public safety fund. And give me 1 second, let me pull it up. Is it up? Oh, this right here? Oh, sorry. I'm still getting used to this new system. Where is it at? Oh, see, oh, right there. Thanks. Next one. Sorry about that. All right, so public safety. This includes, all right. So this fund now includes fire, paramedic, and police services. Just a note, and it's not really a budget-related item. I'm not too sure why police was ever pulled out of the general fund. I personally don't believe it should have been. I believe police service belongs in general fund and not in its own separate special revenue fund, since there really are no special revenues funding activities of the police. I will discuss this with our auditors and see why that was done, but it doesn't affect the budget. It's just a note I wanted to kind of bring up so that you are aware of this. So public safety now includes paramedic, fire, and police services. The city contracts with CAL FIRE for paramedic and fire, and the San Bernardino County Sheriff for police services. Revenues, so we received some revenues through property tax assessments. I believe it's about 35%, which goes to the city, and I think this is for fire and paramedic services. And the other big piece is transfer from general fund, and that's 27 million. Basically, this is, the cost of the police services is being transferred over from general fund into this fund. Again, I don't think it's necessary to have these back and forth transfers, but we'll get that squared away with the auditors and make sure everything is good. So major additions in public safety and are the paramedic squad and some related equipment and staffing. There's also additional deputy as part of the contract with the Sheriff's Department and overtime and equipment maintenance. And there's also a rollover of $2.5 million for 2 fire engines. I believe that was in the 25-26 budget, but due to manufacturing delays, the purchase was not able to happen. So we are rolling over that money into the 26-27 budget. Let me see what else. And, with all of that said, there really is, I don't see a deficit. And I noted that in the first paragraph of the staff report that the general fund is balanced. The police fund or the public safety fund shows a little bit of a deficit. However, there are several capital item rollovers that do not count towards a structural deficit. Like I said, the 2.5 million fire engines that were in this year's is being rolled over to next year. There's also some other capital items in the general fund of about $1 million and a half that are being rolled over as well. These are capital items that did not get completed in 25-26. Therefore, those monies are being rolled forward to next year, to the 26-27 year. Also, there's several savings that we're realizing due to salary freezes, almost 500,000 that's being transferred over to roads. There's also savings from fire and paramedic, close to $1 million, and that's also a saving that'll be rolled forward into the next budget year. So this kind of concludes my report. There's one more. Measure S, I believe Measure S was always brought up, and about how that money is being allocated and what it's supporting. So Measure S is a unrestricted revenue sales tax measure that was approved by the voters. And so in the staff report, I put together an allocation of how the 26-27 Measure S budget is being allocated. There was 9 million that we're budgeting for the 26-27 fiscal year. And then also the second part, I put the 25-26, we've received just under 5 million so far to date for Measure S money. And I put an allocation in there of where it's going. And just to go over the budget of the 9 million, for general government, of that 9 million, it's going to about 16% to general government, 8% to community services. There's 5% going to community development, 3% to engineering, 11 to public works, 26 to police, 23 to fire, 2 to code, and 7 to paramedic. And this makes up the 9 million. Because it is unrestricted, we can't necessarily say it goes to one thing or the other. So therefore, it's being allocated across all general government services of the city. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, well, thank you. Judy?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank the Finance Department for all of their hard work. And our new Finance Director, he's only been here for a week, and he got thrown in the fire, as was stated before. So, you know, it was, I'm sure, difficult for him to really give us a good picture of this. For the people in the audience, this is the budget. That's what we have to read and try to decipher and try to do our due diligence that we committed to when we took this job. And it's our job to ask the hard questions and to get the answers. So we've only had this for approximately 3 days, basically. So I don't know about the other guys, but there's no way. I've scanned through it on the computer. And in doing that, I have found a lot of questions that I have. Thanks for the Measure S allocations. However, I do have some problems with it, which we will talk about at some point. So this is my proposition tonight. This is what I would like to do. I'm going to make a motion that we adopt a continuing resolution for the operating budget and CIP programs. This gives us additional time to review and evaluate the full budget. Now, it does not going to require any special meetings or any workshops. It just gives us time to go home and look at this and make notes and set up a time with our finance director to where we can sit and have these questions answered. Now, I did ask our city attorney ahead of time, is there anything that would need to be prepared beforehand? And he said yes. And he sent me a copy. And in the copy that I have, it does state that the time could be extended to August 31st, which is fine. I'm not proposing that. And it does state it could be earlier. Actually, I'm just asking for the extra time until our July meeting. And at that time, we could finalize and adopt the budget. Now, it does state in here, business continues. It goes on, the bills get paid, the doors aren't shut, nobody gets sent home or anything. the city operates on the basic budget that we have now. And there are some specifications in here that maybe our attorney could clarify for us if there's things that we need to take into consideration. But this is what I would like the council to consider.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Woolsey was kind enough to discuss with me her concerns with the timing. And I informed her that as a matter of practice, I prepare a continuing resolution for every agency that I work for when they don't have a budget approved in the final 2 weeks before the end of the fiscal year. So we did have a draft continuing resolution actually already ready. It didn't require any additional work. I have asked the city clerk to print out copies of that to distribute to the council, so the council could look at it if the council would like. Just so we're clear, there's no state law requirement that we have to have a budget approved by June 30th of any given year. We do have to have appropriations approved by the city council. So there's two levels of authority to spend money. We need contractual approval. So you've delegated a certain amount of contractual approval to the city manager. Some contracts have to come to the council for approval, but you also have to appropriate funds. There are no appropriations beginning July 1st of 2026. So a continuing resolution, in essence, what it does is, as Councilmember Woolsey has stated, it locks in our appropriations at the current funding levels on a 1/12 per month basis from the previous fiscal year. There are some additional provisions that I explicitly put in there related to the 4th of July festivities, so that there'd be no question as to whether there were sufficient appropriations for those. We're going to get copies of those to the council. If you have any further questions about continuing resolutions, how they work, I'm happy to answer those questions.
All righty. Now, we do have some public comment on that, on this item? We don't, okay. So she made a motion. Do we go off that motion and then Pastor Fell, we keep going?
So as a presiding officer, you have a motion. I didn't hear a second, Mayor.
I'll second the motion. I'd like to, and we can schedule it to where when Bob comes back, I know he's going to be on vacation next meeting, but we can schedule it to it comes back when he's.
The council can schedule it for the next regular meeting. It can schedule a special meeting. I put August 30th, 2026 in the draft. That's just been my practice of having 2 months, just because the summer is usually a really tough time on schedules. I wanted to make sure you had sufficient breathing room, but you can put that date to be whatever the council wants.
Okay.
If that's something you wanted to do.
Mayor,
as a
let
body.
me ask a question. When's the July, we only have one meeting in July, right? It's the end of the month?
Yeah.
I'll be back for that.
You will be back, okay. So I second that motion on moving it to that date, just to give us more information. We have to answer to all the public. You guys don't have to answer the public, we do. So to answer to the public and stuff, I want to be able to get my head wrapped around a lot of this stuff. Now, I do have a lot of information, but not all of it. And it gives it, it's a Harant, right? I'm sorry, I'll get it right. Harant, it gives you a little bit more time to go over and fine tune a lot of the other stuff. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've only had a week to look at these numbers. It's
Okay.
a lot, so yes.
So I second that motion.
Before we vote, because I'm not opposed to it, but before we vote, I'd like to ask a few questions so I can make an informed vote prior
Okay.
to. Chief Malinowski, can I ask you some questions, please? Given the concern I expressed earlier during the public safety update, if we were to vote on this tonight and we had unanimous approval of a fire squad, what kind of timeframe are we looking at relative to funding, outfitting, and putting in service that squad, and how much of a delay of a month would that play an impact as far as your ability to give your firefighters some much needed backup?
So the tentative date, if we approved it tonight, would be October 1st, which would coincide with the Confire Go Live date, which would be a component of that program, that system. So obviously any delay is going to delay us the corresponding amount of time.
Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, the question I have is there a way, and perhaps you can fill in the council on this, I don't want to delay another month for that program specifically. For anything public safety related, I'm reluctant to delay it a week. These guys they're not sleeping. We're having them work for 72 straight hours with minimal, if any, sleep. And then we're asking them to do the Lord's work and saving lives and doing it while being infallible. And so I'm not opposed to taking a much deeper dive into this budget proposal prior to authorizing it. But is there a way that we can get the ball rolling in the interim so that we're not delaying? I mean, October 1st, if that's as fast as we can get it, what can we do in the interim to make sure that the ball can start rolling on that project, and perhaps even, and I have to ask the same question of our sheriff's captain, is if we were to approve that tonight, how long before we actually see a deputy at the streets? Are we able to lean on the Board of Chiefs to give us a patrol trained deputy, given the spike in deaths in our city? I don't really think we have time to field train a deputy when we're seeing such a rise in traffic related offenses. You know, like I said, I've been on the council for 6 years, and I haven't seen so many people come and talk about how much concern they have for the safety of our streets. So I may be asking you a question you can't answer, but I would hope that our regional deputy chief and our assistant sheriffs would be understanding to the unique challenges we face at the moment, whereas a full 5-month field training program before we see the benefit of a deputy sheriff might be a little bit hard for us at the moment.
So I can't speak for the Board of Chiefs or Office of the Sheriff, but I can say that reasonably you can expect a new deputy here within probably 2 to 3 months. Now, whether that's a transfer from another station or if it's a new body is going to be something that I can push for, but again, I can't guarantee council, yeah, that's what you're going to get. I do know of a deputy that wants to come to Yucaipa from Rancho who's traffic trained. So I can ask for that.
And I don't think waiting 5 months for somebody to become field trained and then another 5 months for them to learn even more so about police work is going to helpful.
So I will also point out that Yucaipa has other traffic trained deputies. We have a newer deputy that transferred back to us from, I think it was Kansas, and she is traffic trained. We also have a brand new deputy, if you can believe it or not, from the jail system that's mate trained. If we got a deputy within 2 to 3 months, we can probably have that traffic deputy in a position within 2 to 3 months, I would assume.
What I mean, when I say trained, I mean patrol trained. 10-8 on their own, adding a level. When they're here for field training, they're not an added body, they're on training.
Correct. What I'm just trying to point out that whether we got that body traffic trained from another station, or if we had to train somebody, we do have people at the station that are currently traffic trained that I can slide right into that spot. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, and it does. I see the benefit to the added deputy, not just for the traffic bureau of your station, but as an added set of eyes in a patrol car that is maintaining an elevated presence in this community, making enforcement stops on their own, whether they're assigned to a traffic bureau or if they're assigned to a Paul 32, Paul 21 unit. That's where I'm seeing the benefit as well. So that's when I say training, I'm hopeful that the sheriff will hear our concerns and transfer somebody from another station rather than from the jail where we have to put them through a full post-field training program. And that was the point of my question. So a few months, thank you.
That's if we postponed it a month, it's going to push it even further than that 2 months? Is that what
We
you're saying?
have transfer promotion cycles roughly every 3 months. So that it would depend on that as well.
Okay.
But with the position in effect at Yucaipa, as long as I have the manpower to meet minimum staffing, I can still slide a body into that spot for traffic.
Okay.
So I know that my colleague wants to ask a question, but is what I'm asking even possible given this ordinance?
Yeah,
or resolution?
so I know you've only had a few minutes with it, so apologies. Section 3C authorizes the city manager to expend funds for any existing contracts or agreements or other obligations previously approved by the city council. The city council previously approved the upcoming agreement with the sheriff's department.
Okay.
So that would be covered by the resolution. So there's no special gymnastics we have to go through.
Okay.
As to the squad truck for the fire department, I could recommend, so if you look at subsection J, I was concerned about the 4th of July event, and I wanted to make sure that something I did didn't disrupt that event. So I put specific belt and suspenders, specific authority for that event. We could add a paragraph that authorizes expenditures, including all the equipment, communication systems, safety equipment, et cetera, for the squad truck, so that we don't lose any time on that.
That's perfect.
If that's not one of the items that the council feels is controversial, you want to maintain that authority, we could include specific language for that in the resolution.
Okay, so again, I'm not opposed to, this is a very comprehensive budget. It looks phenomenal. I appreciate it. I do have questions that I think, for the sake of time, we'll push off to when this comes back for our approval. But I don't want to delay the good work that we want these new public safety representatives to get to work on, because this is a comprehensive document we need to review. So if we can get the ball rolling while we're still mulling that over, then I would be in support of your motion as well.
Okay, and that's what I was going to say. I agree with you. I was concerned about that because we've agreed about that. We've talked about it. They found the money for it. And I was going to ask the attorney if there was some way that we could still continue to go ahead and work on that. So thank you, Jesse.
Deputy
Okay,
Mayor,
so-
can I add one thing?
Sir.
With my vacancies filled, I decided to put one vehicle or one position into a DUI patrol car that's going to be covering weekends and nights.
Perfect.
So we will have a third body in traffic before any of this takes place.
Outstanding. Thank you, Captain.
That's great. Thank you. So we have okay.
I have a question. Mr. City Attorney? Since we are drilling down specifically onto the contract stuff related to the squad and the sheriff's department with this extra deputy, do I need to recuse myself from this?
So the existing language approves all contracts, existing contracts with the city. It doesn't specifically reference the sheriff's department. I don't think you have an obligation to recuse yourself from voting on the continuing resolution. As towards the squad truck, it's a truck, right? I get yelled at when I call them fire trucks.
Used fire trucks or fire squad paramedic.
Okay.
Chief? Ambulance, sorry.
I want to make sure it's right. I have a draft language here. I can read it out loud for the council if you'd like.
Please.
Okay. Expenditures so this would be subsection L under section 3, which are authorized expenditures under the continuing resolution. Expenditures necessary for the purchase of one additional squad ambulance for use by the Yucaipa Fire Department, including all necessary emergency response equipment, communication systems. Two. Okay. This is why we read them. So 2 additional squad ambulances for use by the Yucaipa Fire Department, including all necessary emergency response equipment, communication systems, safety equipment, vehicle outfitting, graphics, taxes, delivery charges, and related acquisition costs. The city manager or the city manager's designee is authorized to complete the procurement, execute necessary purchase documents within the city manager's contracting authority. Any contract exceeding the city manager's contracting authority shall be presented to the city council for approval.
That's perfect. Bob?
Well, I had some comments about the budget, and Harant, I know it's your first meeting, but the circumstances are what they are. We had a finance director who's no longer here, so now you're hired. So you got to step it up. I hate to say that, but this does happen in government. So, and I wish you the best, honestly. You know, I didn't think about the continuing resolution. I've rarely heard of that, Stephen, in city business. Can you explain how many of the cities that you say you have a contingency ready that actually do a contingency resolution on their budget that should be adopted by the end of June?
It's only happened once before, sir.
Okay, so one time. The only thing I would say, and I understand where Councilmember Woosley was going. I mean, it's a lot to digest. I totally get it. But we've had 2 budget workshops. We've had the budget presented. I think Thursday night we got this to do some weekend reading. It comes down to a couple issues for me that I am going to ask about. I don't know if to ask about it. It depends on the resolution here, but I think I need to ask now because I'm not sure where we're going with this. I think we should go through the budget tonight and approve it or not approve it, whatever we're going to do. If we're starting to, it seems like we're circumventing in some way. Well, we'll do a resolution. We'll give the city manager authority to go ahead and do some of the things we want to do that we were trying to plan to do anyways, the squad, et cetera. That's in the budget document that we received. So I'm not comfortable with going around things. I would rather just be straight up, vote on the budget, have our questions answered. I know Ryan's here also. He's been studying it quite a bit, and we just go to it. So I want to say a few things. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank my mayor and the colleagues for everything in their work on trying to work on the budget. It is a big item, but if you've worked in cities long enough, you can usually get down to 2 or 3 things out of that budget that have changed. There's usually a plan A and a plan B that I've seen in my experience, but it's a good document. A lot of work was put into it. Harant, I know you're new, and really welcome. I hope you do a great job. Ryan, I know you did a lot of good work on it with your staff, so thank you. But here's a few comments I want to make. Since we're talking about the squad, that seems to be the subject matter quite a bit. You know, I do support to have a strong fire and paramedic services. I started taking notes once I read the thing this weekend. However, remember that fire fund is projected to zero near in ballast next year, 0. Adding new paramedic squad would create additional ongoing cost. So I have some questions that either the city manager, you can direct it to who you need to, so I feel comfortable we're addressing this if we're gonna move forward. What is the full estimated annual cost of the new squad? What is that number?
Thank you. The cost that we have in the budget right now is $1 million.
How would it be funded without further depleting the fire fund or requiring general fund transfers?
So Mayor, Council, we've taken numerous steps internally. We refrozen several of the positions inside City Hall, reallocated the funding for those positions towards the squad. Also, to help deal with the ongoing issues, the chief, as the CAL FIRE, as they bill actual time. He's careful with the budget, and we actually had an excess amount of over $1 million that we're able to recoup and roll over to help replenish the fund and help finance the paramedic squad, which is roughly about 1.4 million if you add all the equipment, and the personnel. So we are also looking at increasing our revenues and our sales tax. So we're aggressively going out and seeking new businesses to help increase our sales tax, because that's what you're getting. I understand, Councilman Miller, that's where you're honing in on what's the long-term plan. The long-term plan is to stabilize our budget, also to help optimize our services and reallocate some of our internally at City Hall and some of our positions. That's why I froze, I think, up to 7 or 8 positions. We froze immediately after they were vacated, or they were open, unrecruited, or open positions, or vacated. So that helped allocate those resources towards the fire fund long-term. So we are looking at those things. We're trying to do all we can in terms of allocation of resources inside City Hall as well to help offset those impacts from that. We are at the brim. I will tell you, this is at our max where we are. There, as Harant mentioned, we rolled over some money that was from the previous year, so that helped offset that depreciation of that fire fund. So that did with the fire trucks, that was like $2.5 million. So that money will not be that money will be allocated to those trucks, so that won't create that further hole in the ground, if you will, on our budgeting. So we are taking numerous efforts to optimize the city's budget allocations as best as we can. And do I have a whole answer? 100%. And we also added roads. Council directed to add roads, so we took almost $500,000 of general fund money outside our measure money that's already allocated of $3.4 million, and applied almost $500,000 out of savings from freezing positions towards the road. So we're doing, of course, next year, the council can decide, hey, we're not going to put as much to the roads, depending on the amount of grants we bring in. That was brought up to me last year. Last week we brought that up. Well, what ifs and ands. So we added money this year, but next year, if necessary, hopefully grant funding will fill in those gaps for the roadways, and then we can allocate other funds to this permanently to the depleting fire fund. So we are addressing that. That I know where you're going with that one. Harant wasn't here. I mean, he was in the audience, but he may not full have understanding on that fund, what you're mentioning.
Yeah, you're right on point, Dr. Moore, because my next question, what are the long-term fire fund projections with and without this addition? What are the projections?
Well, I think Mr. Blackerby mentioned it. It could be depleted. We need to relook at that. We could bring that back to you, so that, update the council with all these reallocations. I don't think it's, it was a projection, but we could look at that and bring back that information if necessary to look at the long-term impacts. I think it's a lot less when we did the rollover, we captured some rollover funding from previous fiscal year that we rolled over into this year, so it helped offset any deficits.
You had mentioned that we may look at, or maybe have already looked at alternatives such as grants. That funding can be nebulous at times, but it is good to seek that out when you can and optimize our current resources. Or how are we gonna, maybe we could phase it in. I mean, there were some options to consider that I don't know if the staff, you guys, I didn't see that in here, any other option other than what was presented. So just food for thought if this thing ends up coming back on a continuing resolution. A couple other questions is, understanding the structural operating deficit, which was a big subject 2.5, 3 years ago. Our policies emphasize structural balance, clearly. Our goals have been tied into that. Ongoing revenues covering expenses. In this proposed budget, though, as I look at it, and as I hear tonight, operating costs still exceed roughly $2 million. Now, for a big city, that doesn't seem like much, but for us, it is. So the figure comes from the detailed review of the budget operating expenditure versus reoccurring revenues in this document. Even with frozen positions that are noted by the asterisk in the report, which are listed as unbudgeted, not authorized, not funded, the gap still remains. So my question would be, can you walk us through exactly how this $2 million gap was calculated and how the city plans to close it over time so we are not continually drawing down revenues and not leaving something for the next council? So what are our thoughts on that?
I got it. Yeah, Mayor, Council, that's a great question. So we will continue to optimize in the city. I would definitely mention to the council, we're at our max capacity in terms of expenditures versus revenues. So any additions would definitely take us over further. We'll be looking at optimizing our internal spending. We'll be looking at next fiscal year, we're going to be looking closely at positions. As positions vacate, we'll be looking at the necessity of those positions. So we'll keep optimizing as best as we can. But also, as I mentioned, we're doing a lot of economic development. We're out there trying to get new businesses in the city. We just went to a grand opening just today. We're constantly looking at bringing in new businesses, new revenue opportunities in terms of increasing our sales tax and our general fund. We're also looking at I have community development working on new hotels coming into the city, so that increasing the TOT. So we are doing a few things that help fix that hole there that you'd mentioned, Councilman Miller. Is it all fixed 100%? No, but we are working towards that goal, and by reallocating and also carefully, strategically reducing and reallocating resources internally inside City Hall.
Thank you, Dr. Morrell. Just one last area, and you brought up roads during your speech just a minute ago. The memo transmittal letter that we had with the packet talks about the roads remain a priority, and I think we talked about that at the budget workshop quite a bit, between public safety, roads, community services, et cetera. I support road maintenance and ongoing work on that and operating expenses, but our current funding level primarily restricts the funds of about $4 million. It appears insufficient to handle what the load really is. So I guess, I don't know if it goes up for me, Dr. Moore. What is Yucaipa's current pavement condition index, we talked about last meeting, the PCI, compared to the national state average? I think you quoted that.
Yes, our measured average as of last year was in the high 50s, 56, 58. The national average is 60 to 65.
So what's our target for the PCI if we were funding appropriately?
Last year, when we brought forward the draft pavement management program, we were shooting for, we're trying to be within the national average, 60 to 65. And at the time, we'd mentioned that in order to accomplish that over the next 5 years, we would need to budget at least between $6 and $8 million per year to attain that. We were planning on bringing that draft pavement management program back before the city council in July after we had an idea of what was going to be budgeted for road repairs. But yeah, I think to answer your question, in order to obtain the national average, it would require more than what is that we've had budgeted over the last 5-6 years.
5-6 years, yeah. How much would it cost annually to maintain our current PCI this year and to reach our target over the next 5 years? How much does that dollar look? Well, how much is it? 5 to 6, is that what you're saying?
It's 6 to 8, so 7 million. Yes.
7 million, okay. If we underfund the program, what happens to future road conditions and long-term repair costs? That will inevitably happen.
Yes, I believe the answer is it would reduce the PCI and just make it more expensive to catch up moving forward.
Thank you. Last closing, really, Dr. Moore. Thank you for the time, Mayor. Yes, Joe, it's the end of it, I promise. So my goal personally from this seat is to make sure we got a budget that's structurally sound, protects our infrastructure, public safety, and avoids bigger problems down the road. If you remember, we dealt with this before. We put out Measure S. We were to recoup some money to deal with that over time to get whole. I do not want to pass a deficit or unresolved structural issues to the next council. One-time cost, they'll be reoccurring. You can't use one-time money for reoccurring costs. You guys know that in the business. We have a responsibility to leave the city in a strong financial position for the future of whatever council's sitting up here, or what our citizens expect. So, you know, I'm just happy to support a budget that closes these gaps I've mentioned tonight, continuing to deliver high-quality service to our Yucaipa residents, and I appreciate your responses. I didn't know we were going to do the resolution, so that's all I was going to say about budget tonight anyways.
Mayor, Council, I was going to respond back to the mayor, to you guys. Also, if you look in the summary of the Measure S funding, look in the details. We allocated the funding based to several departments. If the council would, you can, with the Measure S, you can reallocate and direct staff to reallocate the Measure S funding to more towards public safety or roadways as well from other departments that are outlined. It's totally up to you. I talked to the city attorney about it, the mayor and council, you can actually direct staff to that. So that's another, if you look in there, we have $1 million plus to different departments, give or take there. You could reallocate those funding towards roads or to and those are reoccurring funds to Measure S as well. So that.
Yes, that's what I want to do, to cap on, but I'll let everybody else go. I think it'd be one of the.
Yeah, go ahead.
Piggyback on that.
Hey, so for me, if I'm reading this right, and this is why maybe good for us to have a meeting after this if we pass this continuing resolution, but my numbers for our pavement exceeds that 7 million, and maybe you can clarify. I'm seeing street maintenance, the PMP 3.5, Measure I arterial just under 4.1, Measure I local 1.8, road maintenance 1.5, gas tax 1.6. If that's all spent, that's 12.6 million on roads. Is that not, or is part of that going to be funding positions as well? So do we use any of that to fund like public works positions, not specifically the maintenance of the roads?
Yes, we use part of the gas tax for the public works operations, and then the Measure I arterial, that is for widening roadways, not for maintenance.
Okay. So then the question I have is this budget we're being pushed for road maintenance specifically, rather this budget, does this focus on maintaining roads, stopping the deterioration, or is it going to improve it to the point where we'll see that pavement management index increase?
The current levels at 4 million will allow us to continue to do our program for next year, but it is going to affect the PCI by reducing it a little bit from where it is now, 58 to maybe 56.
So we're going to see a deterioration a little bit with this amount of funding.
Yes.
Okay. But if we were to allocate 7 million, you would see an improvement in our roadways to the point where you can see it reaching closer to the national average?
That is correct.
Okay. And Dr. Moore, forgive me, I scoured it in digital and I used the Control F. I don't see anything on here that actually gives us a number relative to what Measure S, what is that number that we're seeing as far as, what page are you looking at that on?
Sorry, Mayor Council, it's on the staff report.
The staff report.
Or Ron could go back over it if you like. On the front of the staff report, it gave the Measure S allocations as directed by the council.
Is that what, Is that how much money we were seeing and projected increase? I mean, so for 20, you reported back, or somebody reported, I think Measure S reported back, that we saw the estimates were lower than what we thought. They're actually coming in higher than our estimates. Do you anticipate at the end of fiscal 26, 27, we'll see that continue to increase based on the revenue you're talking about, the added hotels and the added ribbon cuttings you're talking about, businesses opening? Where we anticipate an increase in our Measure S funding?
So currently, the Measure S funds for 26, 27 is 9 million. That's based off the current data that we have and with and the current sales tax base that we have currently right now. So anything additional would obviously add to that base.
And this is where it's a little concerning that there's not a lot of consensus on this council relative to how that Measure S should be spent. And because if that was to underperform in any time, and we tie that to ongoing expense versus capital, annual capital expenditures, we're going to be in a problem. If we're tying that to a deputy sheriff position, or we're tying it to a squad or two, this is an issue, because in one bad year, we see us unable to pay the bills because we are relying on that. So we're getting. I mean, we're talking about the budget, and it's good. If this continuing ordinance goes through, then we'll have more time to talk about it. But at the end of the day, we as a council need to decide what we're spending this money on, and we need to be very clear on what our mandate is by the public. And if that means we give this back to the public to decide by way of a special, putting it back into their hands and saying, okay, listen, you already appropriated the funding, the taxes to us. We want you to really narrow it down. Is this a public safety tax, like we said it was, like we made it seem like it was, or is this going to be a general fund tax truly to be used for other things? Since we don't have consensus, I would love to, talk about what that expenditure would look like if we were to put this on a November, maybe it's too late, November election, and say, what says you? What says the people? Is this truly supposed to be a public safety tax? The way that all the flyers that we put out, everything had cops and firefighters all over, and I think we pushed that this was going to be more public safety. Then we will know how we're going to be spending this, and if we can tie it to public safety capital purchases year over year versus ongoing personnel expenditures. Until we have those questions answered, it's going to be difficult for us to really push a year over year budget. And my colleague here asked a lot of questions relative to 5-year planning, and it's difficult to do that when we're playing a game of chess, but we can only see a few rows in front of us because we're not exactly sure where this funding is going to go. It looks good, and it looks like it's higher than projected, but it'd be scary if it one year and we lose a bunch of our sales tax revenue and we're unable to pay the bills anymore. So anyway, I think there's a first and a second on this continuing ordinance.
I just wanted to comment on your comments on the Measure S. That's one of the reasons I wanted to continue this, so that we can talk to our finance director about the way that it has been allocated. Because as I mentioned, I do have some issues here, and I think Chris has stated the same thing. Just asking for the 30 days, let us have time to really digest this, look at it, maybe get some input from the public, I'm sure there will be, and haste makes waste, and I just feel like that that's not asking too much to just give us a little more time.
All right, John? Okay. We got a first and a second on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No. I'll oppose it, because I think we should approve the budget tonight.
Do we need a roll call?
Mayor, so my understanding is that the motion was to approve the continuing resolution in lieu of resolution 2026-20. I would recommend that in addition to that, the council adopt the remaining resolutions, adopting the budget policy, the fund balance policy, the investment policy, the appropriations limit, which we're required to set pursuant to the Constitution, the successor agency budget, the housing authority budget, and then the classification and salary table for fiscal year 26-27. So those are, we need to have a salary schedule on file for CalPERS, and the remainder of those are either policies or they are budgets for other entities that the city council controls that don't seem to be in dispute here.
I did have notes on that. Forgot to mention that. I wondered about those, so, yeah.
I'm good with that. Are you?
Huh?
You good
Yeah.
with his?
Yeah.
Are you?
We need a motion.
I'm just asking you. You're good with any?
Yes. 30 days, yes.
Okay, so you got one comment.
Thank you, Mayor, I appreciate it. If we just go ahead and approve the budget, we don't have to worry about all that. See, we're convoluting this whole thing. I understand the reasons that the council a couple of the council members may feel they want to take some more time with this thing, but our duty is to review it when we get it and to be familiar with it. If we're not, ask staff to help us out with it. And I just think we're here. We don't have to do any of that other stuff if we just approve or disapprove their budget tonight.
So the remaining items, and their recommendations 2 through 8 on your agenda, you would need to approve those regardless. And so, it would be wise of you to consider approving them regardless. The only issue is item 1, which is the budget resolution, which would be substituted with the continuing resolution.
Well, we have 3 that agreed with what you said, so.
I do also want to just make a quick note for recommendation number 8, the adoption of resolution number 2026-27. There was an amendment to that resolution. There were some changes after the agenda was posted. The council was provided with the amended resolution. We provided copies to the public. It's posted on the website as well. And so as far as your motion goes, I just want to clarify, you'd be approving resolutions 2026-21 through 28, with resolutions 2026-27 and 28 as amended.
Right.
Just wanted to clarify that for your motion.
Okay.
And just for my seat, the reason why, I think we covered it, but there are some questions relative to where we're spending this proposed budget, where we're spending Measure S funds that I don't necessarily agree with, and that's why I can't vote yes on this right now. Perhaps we can see the budget come back amended and on the 30-day mark, because we're spending money, according to this, that I've found in ways that I don't think are in line with the will of the the will of the voters relative to Measure S. So I'm having a hard time with that. So we need clarification on that before I can vote on the budget.
All right. So do you want to do a roll call on this or no?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Miller,
I'll be voting no.
Councilmember Thorpe,
Just for clarification, this is for all 8 of those items, or that's just the remaining 7? Because we've already voted on the first one, correct?
Yeah,
It was a 3-2 vote, correct?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
The first vote we had, it was 3-2, correct? It was for the first item on there?
For resolution 2026-20 as amended.
And so for this next one, we're doing a roll call voting, just so I'm clear, is for the remainder of those resolutions?
That's correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Woolsey,
Yes.
The remainder, what do you mean?
All the things
So,
that the city attorney read off.
so you've already voted on the continuing resolution, as Councilmember Thorpe just mentioned.
Okay.
You have resolutions 2026-21, which is the budget and fiscal policy, 2026-22, which is the fund balance policy, 2026-23, which is the investment policy, 2026-24, which is the fiscal year appropriation limit, which we're required to set by the Constitution, 2026-25, which is the successor agency to the redevelopment agency's budget, 2026-26, which is the housing authority's budget, 2026-27, which is the classification and salary table for this fiscal year as
That's
amended.
this one.
Yes.
Okay, yes on that.
okay. Deputy Mayor Beaver,
Yes.
Mayor Venable,
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Sorry.
motion carried.
Okay. Now we're going on to 15 with Megan Wolf.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you tonight is the proposed rental sales and booking agreement with Props AV for the Yucaipa Performing Arts Center. On April 27th, 2026, City Council reviewed the YPAC transition plan and directed staff to pursue option 2, a rental-focused public-private partnership. Say that 10 times fast. Model, which was intended to increase facility utilization, improve cost recovery, and reduce the general fund subsidy. The agreement is the first step in the implementation of that direction. Under this agreement, Props AV will complete lead generations, client acquisition, rental consultations, booking support, and recommend softwares such as CRMs, which are customer relation management softwares. Earlier this evening, Trevor spoke a little bit about data. And in order to give this presentation to you tonight, I wanted to have a little bit of data in front of me. And so we went ahead and purchased one of the recommended softwares, which was HubSpot. Since the purchase of that software and implementation, which was only earlier this month, the YPAC has received 51 inquiries, has booked 13 rentals for next fiscal year, has 12 pending customers, has had 15 walkthroughs where clients haven't decided if they're going to move forward or not, and we have 6 customers that we're continuing to talk to, and we have lost 5 clients. Mind you, last year, or this fiscal year, we had a total of 42 booked reservations. With that being said, this partnership will allow the city to retain ownership, have control over costs, including approval of all the rentals, scheduling the priorities of the facility, and authorizing or rejecting any event that is not in the best interest of the city. This agreement is performance-based. Props AV will not be compensated unless they generate a rental that results in revenue to the city, and they will not earn that compensation until the rental is completed. If no rentals are generated, no compensation is paid. In addition, if no rentals are if no rentals are booked, you won't have the staff costs to work the events. It's important to note that this is just the first of the overall transition strategy. Staff's next steps will be to return to council with a proposed community services user fee policy for the YPAC and other community services fees. The YPAC in particular will create fees based on a more comprehensive pricing structure. Indirect costs, direct costs, costs for props AV will all be included in what we charge the customer. In addition, we know there's a wedding season, and so wedding season prices will be higher than non-wedding season prices. The objective is to ensure that the city is pricing facilities strategically. The agreement before you tonight allows staff to begin implementation with the rental-focused model that was previously directed by council. This concludes my report, but I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Megan. John, you want to start?
I don't have any questions, but it sounds really promising, though, with that new software. So that's encouraging. Thank you.
Judy?
When we saw the video before, there was mentioned maybe doing some redesigning in some areas. And I asked the question then, who would pay for that? There was really no answer to that. Where are we on that?
Props AV will pay for amenities that are not affixated to the building. So for example, if we're going to paint a wall, the city would pay for that, and that would have to be within the budget. If we're going to add uplighting, chandeliers, those types of amenities that can be removed, Props AV will pay for those. Some of those amenities, if you've been to the YPAC recently, you'll see that they already are installed, and that's kind of part of that data that we really wanted to see, like, is this gonna work or not?
Okay. I am going to make a statement on this. Originally, I voted no because I felt it needs to go out to an RFP. I have not changed my mind on that. We have absolutely nothing to compare it to, and I still believe that it needs to go out to an RFP.
Thank you, Judy. Bob?
No, sir.
No? So this contract is going to cost us $100,000, right? Supposedly $100,000 out of our own pocket.
No, this contract will not cost us anything. The $100,000 that was identified in the staff report was the part that was identified when council chose option 2. It was to decrease the general fund subsidy to 100,000. Now, our goal is to have 0 general fund subsidy, and the goal of Props AV is to have 0 general fund subsidy. But for transparency in the council report and what was approved at the April meeting, it was that we would decrease that subsidy of the YPAC to $100,000.
So if you go to, I'm kind of jumping around and stuff, but item 18 on our agenda, it has Props AV at $354,000 per year. How much is that going to the YPAC?
So that is for production services.
For the YPAC?
That is for special events and for the YPAC, that they have had the contract for the YPAC for over 3 years. That fee for production services is then earned back through revenue generation. So earlier when I spoke about when you rent the facility, you're going to pay for direct and indirect costs. Right now, currently, that total amount is then recuperated through the charges for services or ticket sales.
So that's where I have the issue at, is we're going to allocate $354,000, and I feel it's part of the YPAC, and we're trying to get, you just heard everything we talked about with the roads and stuff, and so it's a very tough situation for me, because I do, the Uptown, they love it, you know, the city, I mean, the businesses up there love it and everything like that, but I don't think that it generates enough money to pay us back enough. So I would have to say, if we did an RFP, maybe we can get somebody, or if they can go back to the drawing boards and come back with a, you know, part of the RFP, something that's not going to cost us anything right now.
If I may, they're two separate items. Props AV is a production company. That's one side of their business, and they have been in the YPAC providing production services. Prior to them being in the YPAC providing production services, we had full-time city staff that did that, but with the full-time city staff, we still had to hire outside people to come in and produce the shows. So Props AV has the production side of it that doesn't have anything to do with the rental contract that's before you this evening. The rental contract before you this evening is to help generate revenue to then decrease the expenditures or the subsidy from the general fund. Now, in that contract that's on item number 18, that also includes production services for the 4th of July, for all of the special events.
So how much is that going towards the YPAC?
I can provide that number to you maybe when that item comes up. I can have a few minutes I don't have those numbers memorized, unfortunately.
So when you said 2024, you had how many?
42.
42, and how many of those were, how much, I'm trying to get my brains, how much cost recovery do we have on all those?
The city had about 50% cost recovery, I think, in fiscal year 24.
So 50%.
However, Props AV contract, each invoice, like we have outdoor concerts. That invoice is then invoiced to that outdoor concert, and we base our ticket sale price based on the cost for Props AV, the cost for our staff, the rental of the restrooms and the fencing, and then we recuperate that based on how many tickets we sell. If you were to rent the YPAC for an event, the cost for production is a line item, is included in the cost to rent that facility. So not today at item 18, but later on I can go and we can pull up the data to show you how many rentals we had, how the client paid for those production services.
And what the revenue is for us on it. So, I mean, it costs us money to do those, right?
Yes, there are expenditures for every event that we produce.
And we don't recover all those costs.
We don't currently recover indirect costs, so we don't recover right now all of our costs, no.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it sounded like you were going down the line of going to an RFP, and I think previously we've already talked about their contract and giving them a chance to see if this is going to work. And I think we've already kind of gone down that road. So let's give them a chance to see if it works. And this agreement's 2 years.
Yes, with an option to renew another 2 years.
So I think at that time, we bring it back, and if we're seeing, and they can present more things on revenues and things of that nature, and if it still isn't performing at the level of what your expectations are, then maybe that's an item to bring back at that time to dive into it deeper. But we've already looked at given them a chance to try this new approach. We should allow them to go ahead and see if they can make it work.
My issue is, for me, how much does it cost to do a mile of road work? Is it $1 million a mile?
Yeah, roughly.
$1 million a mile, and we got $4 million in our bank account, right? 4 roads.
Roughly, a little less than 4.
Okay,
Out there.
so that's 4. How many miles do we have in Yucaipa?
211.
Okay, so $4 million is going to go where? I mean, how is it like putting lipstick on a pig?
It's a combination of different treatments. Yeah.
Right, and we have a lot of the slurry seal, which I'm in construction, so we call that lipstick on a pig because it doesn't really do much other than seal the cracks to where the grass doesn't go through for a while, right?
Correct.
So that's where I'm going, John, is we have $4 million worth of road money, and so then we're gonna go into something we haven't had a cost recovery, have we ever? I mean, since the YPAC's been open?
Is your question, has the YPAC ever brought in more money than it cost?
Yes,
No,
okay,
nor has the Community Services Department as a whole.
okay.
But I might interject, though, that earlier it was mentioned services, the things that the city provides for its community isn't
Right.
always just public safety. There's a variety of different things that we have to look at.
Right.
And I think if you start taking away things that provide an element of resource or mental health or whatever you want to put on it, these services that help our community, there's more than just the roads, more than just the deputies. Now, I understand the priority for both of those, and I think we do need to address our roads. However, we're not going to address our roads in 1 year. And do all the roads, it's going to cost millions and millions of dollars, and it's not going to get out overnight. If you were to go through and take some of these things and start cutting them off at the feet, you're going to start affecting other revenue sources possibly, because there's a lot of people that come there that utilize our services uptown and elsewhere in the city. If we start limiting what they can do and start retracting things that we've already voted on to see if they can make it work, we could potentially create a side effect, an undesirable side effect that we are not wanting, that has an effect on our overall revenues and makes it even harder to address the money issue for our roadways. And the city manager has already stated they're working to go after other revenue sources. We've got multiple buildings that are open in our city. We need to get tenants in them. We need to get tenants in that bring a good revenue to the city. They don't bring us a whole lot when they're empty. But those are all things that take time. Expenses go up quickly. It takes much longer to bring in money. If we start cutting things off, and this is an area that I think is more for probably the mental health and social connection with our community, we need those things. And if we don't have something that another city doesn't have, we're going to lose them to the other city. And our next city, Redlands, they got a lot of stuff that pulls our folks down there. So I think we need to keep true to our previous commitment to at least give them a shot to see if they can make it work.
So if we did $4 million worth of street improvements, you said that it still increases our streets, worsens what did you, talking about the streets on our, how bad they are.
The pavement management index?
Yeah, the pavement management index. So if we only had $4 million to do it, we're not even making a dent in that, right? And our roads are gonna get worse?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we keep on throwing $4 million on it, and in 5 years, we have the worst roads in Yucaipa, and we have nice show at the Whitepack. Where do you think the city's gonna go on that?
Even if you were to cut that, it doesn't fix your road problem.
I'm not saying it's gonna fix.
So I'm not gonna argue with you. I've already made my statement, my point. I don't think taking away social activities or things at this point, we've given an opportunity to find another way to address it at a lower cost to see if they make it work. Let's let them try that for this time frame. They've got a contract in front of us. Let's see if it works. In the meantime, we're trying to figure out other ways, and the city manager's already talked about, and you met with one of our representatives recently, about trying to get other federal funds and things of that nature, and some of these things may be able to go towards $80+ million worth of roadway improvements for our city. But right now, you're not gonna fix it just with going to an RFP to come up with something different, and we're just gonna create another problem.
So if we went to an RFP where it didn't cost the city out of pocket money, then that's where I'm going, is not shutting down the YPAC. I'm just going, I'd like to bring it for RFP to see if there's any other company out there that can do this without costing us
Do that
any
in
money.
2 years when that contract comes up. We've already told them we were
Yeah,
gonna
but
go a different route.
it's still costing us. I'm gonna go with Judy, and I would like to make a motion to go out for an RFP on this item.
Just really quick, for the record, this item costs the city no money. Just to make sure. There is production services, that does cost the city money. So they're two separate contracts. So when we talk about an RFP, RFQ, it would be two separate items.
And we would be looking for a proposal from any other firm that would also cost us nothing. In theory, if Props AV has already said that the intent here is to draw down our general fund subsidy to $100,000 or less, we would be looking for a competitive firm that would do the same thing.
Yes.
So we're talking about no money or $100,000 or less.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
We have discussion on this, or we?
Go ahead.
Can I usually try to keep quiet. You guys are having a policy discussion. A legal consideration to Council Member Thorpe's point of giving this a try. As stated, the term is 3 years. There's the ability for the city to terminate for cause, which is a breach of the contract by Props AV. However, it's a 3-year term. There's no termination for convenience. If you were looking at this as sort of like a test case, council member, that may be some additional direction you may want to give. If you're happy with a fixed term of 3 years and the city only being able to terminate for cause, then you can leave it as is. With the discussion that's going on here at the dais, what I'd be concerned about is we have obligations under this contract to provide that event venue for their use. And so if 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, the council wanted to go in a different direction on the facility, you may be somewhat limited by the current terms of the agreement that you have in front of you. The ability to terminate for convenience, which we have in a lot of our other contracts, would give you more flexibility if that's something the council was considering.
Who drafted that clause of this contract relative to 3-year and without a convenience clause? Is that a Props AV thing, or did our
I think
staff?
Props AV and staff worked on it. I mean, a lot of vendors are looking for certainty on the term. It's not unusual to have a vendor want a certain term and termination only for cause. I push termination for convenience only because it is a significant legal advantage for the city. And I only brought it up in the context of the discussion that the council's having because it does sound like there is some uncertainty as to whether it'll work, how exactly the finances will work, and what the future of the facility is.
And just to answer your question, Deputy Beaver, The clause part, I don't know, but for the 3-year term, right now what we see is people are wanting to book their events 2 years out. And so we wanted a multi-year agreement.
Sorry, I said 3 years, it's 2 years.
Yeah.
Apologies.
She meant deputy mayor, lieutenant,
What did I say?
not a deputy, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Deputy Mayor.
All right. What did, if you can, maybe help me recall, I know I was in support of this item. Was it a 3-2 vote before on this matter?
Yes, it was.
It was a 3-2 vote. I love being the middle vote. All right, cool. Back to you, sir.
Okay, so we,
Okay, go ahead. We're still in discussion, right?
Yeah.
About the item. So, first of all, thank you for what you do over there. Community service always seems every budget year to be the one that everybody's trying to grab from. I don't care what city you work in. You've been around long enough to know that. You know, if you look, let's take a 30,000 foot level look of really what we provide. We talked a lot tonight. Thank you for supporting me on the roads, Mayor. That was nice. Appreciate that. So we talk about public safety. We've talked about roads. We've talked a little bit about what is a structural deficit. And now we're unfortunately you had that item, but fortunate that you get up here to explain it to us. We have to provide some benefit for our community that there's programming at the YPAC and that uptown area. That was the vision of previous councils, and it was a vision of this council to some respect that I remember. It is a good thing to have events up there. If we have a partner now that we think we can work it out, I don't think you can ever make it where it's revenue neutral. I mean, this is just part of community services. You provide these services for a community. I mean, we talked about concerts and park and all these other things that when they're gone that people complain about. But holistically, you have to have something good for your community, and it does have tie into crime. It's part of a community policing strategy that you have some things. As Councilmember Thorpe talked about the mental side of this, and that there's places people can go and things to do. So I don't think we can ever say, hey, we want to make it back where whatever we're expending, we're getting back. It's just in community services, that's always a tough egg in a city to crack, but it is services that are provided. Look what we do in the parks. Look at the programming that happens. Look at the great reviews. Look at the people that want to book the place. I hope AV Prots is a good partner. I don't know them, but I'm sure they're going to be a good partner if you guys vetted it. But it's part of the bigger picture of what we're trying to do for our community that our residents have asked us. If you look at the survey that was done a couple of years ago, it talked about these things. You know, we went to the community on things like this, so it's our responsibility to provide as much as we can with what we can afford. So that's all I want to say. I just think we should go forward with this, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
all right. So do we have a motion on this? Motion.
A motion for it as the staff recommended?
Yeah,
Or-
Judy, did you make a motion on that?
No, I didn't.
No, she just made a suggestion, so.
I would make a motion that we accept the recommendations that staff presented on this item.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No, I'd like to make a secondary motion, though. I want to know if you could come back with a contract exactly as is, except for Prop CV has to understand that we are in a financially difficult spot. I'm okay with 3 years as a trial, but there has to be an understanding that if this turns out to be unsuccessful, we cannot just continue letting an entity drain our general fund, subsidizing something that is not, I don't know, I would say critically necessary because they make valid points, but is there a way that we can go back to this?
So Deputy Mayor, you could approve the terms of the agreement subject to revision to the termination clause. That would be fine. And then we could revise it, sign it, and get it done. But if you want to actually see it, you could continue it to the next meeting.
Well, I'm just concerned with, I mean, that's good in theory, but and can perhaps if you then say no, the council.
If they say no, it could come back at the next meeting and we would report to you that they refused to sign it.
I understand that their desire to have, some concrete assurances that this is going to happen. And I understand that, but at the same time, we don't have that luxury as councilmen up here that we can have concrete assurances that our budget is going to be as healthy as it is now. Next year might be better, and we're in a better place. To the mayor's point, we have other things we have to consider as well. And while I certainly agree, part of a community, if we were just a city, just the government paying for roads, fire, and police, then yes. But I've said it in every state of the city that I've addressed when I was the mayor, we're a community. We are a community that we enjoy interacting and fellowship, and that is a priority that I think is shared by at least, I'm sure the entire council shares it, but it's conflicting interests and trying to be fiduciaries of the city it's not easy. Okay, so if we were to revisit this last motion that was made by Councilman Thorpe, as written, would you be amenable to the wording that the city attorney just referenced relative to amended language or say that again?
So it'd be to
legalese?
Approve the agreement with the addition of a termination for convenience clause that the city attorney will draft.
John? Bob?
I would consider it. My concern is that just over any old whim that we would just, oh, you know what? I don't like them. Let's pull it back. I want something concrete, you know, when it comes back, like, hey, they're just not performing, or it's just not working out, they're causing embarrassment to the city. Whatever the case, I don't think that's going to be the case. We keep kicking this thing back and forth, and people that watch what goes on in our city, they're going to stop pulling their big booking with them because they're going to think we're unsure and we can't make up our mind, and we're going to pull the carpet out.
Man, we're in a deficit.
And we need to make sure that we have revenue coming in. And if we keep going back and forth with this stuff, it's going to make it to a point where it's going to affect their business. And it's going to affect the revenue to the city ultimately, because people watch what we do, and sometimes we look like a bunch of buffoons.
Well, the problem is,
so I don't mind the clause, but it just can't be a blanket thing where we just, hey, you know what, I woke up today, I don't like them, let's pull them. And that's what I'm concerned with, because they need to know that they have some backing, that they have a good chance to try to make this work the best they can. If they can't make it work and we need to move them down the road, so be it.
But in 3 years.
It's two.
It's
just
2 years.
for the-
Sorry,
the
it's 2 years.
contract
I
is 2
said
years.
3.
It's 2 years.
Councilmember, one of the things that we can put in there would be that the termination for convenience or at will, however you want to say it, could only be done by the council, by a vote of majority of the council. And so that way, the reasons would come forward to the council, and if the council felt that this was sufficient to terminate, they could. It wouldn't be something the city manager
I
would
would
just.
even meet a little 4/5 vote, but we have to have a way out. The fact is, she said it, the YPAC, community services to that point, but the YPAC specifically has never netted revenue. It's always been an expenditure, and while.
In most communities, it doesn't.
Right. I work for a city that has a $58 million surplus, and we have the convenience of having that. It's hard to have people dying in our city and funding things that are not critically necessary to the immediate problem. And the immediate problem is people are dying.
Yeah, but Justin, and I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but you're gonna have people dying in the cities, and no matter what money you put towards it, you're never gonna have zero, ever. And you have to have other things for your folks, your people in town. They can't all just be police officers and firemen and roads. There are other things too. So we have to be balanced in all our entire approach. Now, I love you. I've known you since you were 15. I know where you're coming from. You were in the same line of work. I'm not saying I don't like cops. I'm not saying I don't like roadways being better. I'm not saying I don't want firemen. But we do have to be balanced with it. And we've already previously ruled or voted that this is something we're willing to give them a chance to do this. And this was not something out of the blue. We knew the budget and everything was coming up. We had a long discussion about money and that kind of thing related to it when we first visited this back in April or May. So I don't have a problem with the clause being put in there, and the suggestion of a 4/5 vote, as long as it's something it's just not at a whim, we just go and yank it from them, because we look like we're unstable.
I disagree with that statement, but I agree with the rest of it. So if we want to continue with that one, you would like to make your motion again?
Is that 4/5 of the council? Is that what you'd like?
I'd be okay with that. That way it's comforting to my colleagues up here that we're not going to do this on a whim.
We can add that language.
So
I can't guarantee they'll sign it, but we can add that language.
Well, I think that's even more protecting them, right? Or if it's the council has to agree that this is a problem that we cannot be in anymore.
Understood.
So do we need another motion?
Yeah. You do.
I want to say something, and Stephen, this is probably for you. I think we're getting into interesting territory here. We're getting amendments to resolutions right before the meeting. We're making resolutions as we're sitting at the desk here. We're creating a different way of doing governing rather than the way we should be doing it. And I know you're trying to work with the council and try to understand where the majority is, but we can't keep kicking things aside and doing these side things. I mean, I couldn't believe what we got right before the meeting, you know, and that wasn't in the package originally of how we were going to look at many things tonight. And then we talked about a continuing resolution. Now we're writing how we're going to deal with Prop AV, which we've already approved previously. I just want to caution the council, just be careful of how we go down this road. Personally, I just think we got to be careful about this. For me, the deal's here. I'm fine with the way the staff report is. I agree with Councilman Thorpe, his original motion. But if we want to do a secondary motion, I guess we can vote on it.
Well, by that, then the motion would have died because it was voted down. So if we try to do business up
Oh,
here.
was
it'd
it
be better.
3-2?
It was.
We voted
Oh,
no.
I couldn't hear.
And we voted no already.
Okay.
So
So-
if either we work it out up here or the motion or the item dies.
So, Councilmember, to your point, I don't prefer to draft contracts
We're doing it here
at
in the
meetings
meeting.
either.
Silly.
However, seeing that the motion failed, but seeing that there was the potential to find consensus on that, that's why I made the recommendation. But I agreed in principle with the concept of not doing it at the dais.
Okay, I said my piece. Thank you very much.
All right, so I can make another motion to accept staff's original presentation with the amendment of, like, what'd you call it, a convenience clause
Termination for convenience.
with a 4/5 vote.
I'll second his motion.
All right. We got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
No.
Nay.
It is. It died again.
I had a no vote.
Okay, so,
Next item.
next item.
So just to be clear, the contract's not been approved.
The contract hasn't been approved. Okay, item number 16, Peter Gunn.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and member of the City Council. The item before you is consideration of award of contract for building and safety services. Should I wait? Go on, continue? Okay. So this is my first item to the council, so I'll just introduce myself. Peter Khan, Director of Community Development. My department oversees zoning, economic, and building and safety. So before you is a award of contract for building and safety. So building and safety is currently provided by Charles Abbott. They've been our consultant since 1993. So there's three main phases of building and safety. The first one is intake and application of building permits. The second part is plan checks, and then the third is inspection services. So Charles Abbott has a contract with the city since 1993. It's been amended a couple of times. So before you is a contract, and this contract was initiated by an RFP that was issued on May 11 for a 30-day period. And we received 4 proposals that we opened it up, and we reviewed the RFP for technical services to make sure that everybody who proposed is able to fulfill the main duties of building and safety. And so the 4 proposals are Charles Abbott, our current contractor, consultant, TransTech, 4Leaf, and Wildan. So we had a panel of 4 members of our staff, myself, our Development Service Director, Director of General Services, and our Deputy City Planner, or Deputy Director. So after this review process, we interviewed them. We interviewed 3 of the 4. We selected after the interviews, we selected the top 2. And so before you is an award of contract for, staff is recommending that that the council award TransTech. TransTech is here to answer any questions. I'm also available here to answer the entire questions or regarding to building and safety. And so in the RFP, it identified standard reviewing times, inspection times, so a lot of the technical services. The RFP called out for a term of 3 years plus 2 optional 1-year renewal. So those are the terms of the RFP. As part of the proposal, the current budget asks for 1.2 million for building and safety, so that's gonna continue. But there's, just to kind of say, building and safety fees covers the cost of services. So even though, you know, there's revenues and expenditure because it's paid by developers, applicants, and so on, but in our budget, we allocated 1.2 million for building and safety. So with that, there's several proposals that I'll say. Staff recommends that the council review and discuss the proposal for full building and safety services submitted by Transtech for Leaf Charles Abbott and Associates. Approve a professional service agreement between the City of Yucaipa and Transtech for building and safety services in a form approved by the City Attorney's Office. Authorize the city manager or his designee to commence negotiation with the selected consultant, and authorize all associated actions for the requested services, including transition. Number 4 is authorize the city manager and or his designee to administer the terms of the contract, not to exceed 1.2 million for the fiscal year 26-27. And number 5, authorize the city manager or his designee to commence action with CAA to permanently terminate the existing contracts for building and safety services and fire marshal services. Staff is available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Do we have public comment on this?
Did you want to speak? We do have one public comment, Mr. David Fredborg.
Thank you, Peter. Mayor, esteemed council, I'm kind of written something, so I kind of say what I want. I'm David Fredborg, your current building official. I work for Charles Abbott Company. And hold on a second, I wrote a lot of stuff. So Charles Abbott has provided quality building services for the city of Yucaipa for 33 years without any significant complaints at all. Charles Abbott is always happy to work with the city to ensure that our valued, long-time, good, and fiscally responsible relationship remains intact. CAA has never billed per hour. That was one of the interview questions. What's the per hour? We don't bill per hour. I'm not getting paid right now. When you see me doing plan check at 10 o'clock at night, I'm not getting paid. So we don't, the income for the city doesn't come by per hour. And I'm going to continue reading real quick. So we have never billed per hour for building official services, meetings, drafting ordinances, working with local utilities, San Bernardino County, the state of California, many extra late nights, which you all know I do. And all of these extraneous hours, we just simply consider part of our duty to the city. We don't cost the city a dime unless a permit comes in. You're not paying our permit techs per hour to sit there. So there is no real cost. I know financially, budget item has to be there. So over the years, CAA has been asked to do many tasks that do not fall under building services. And we have simply always just said yes. And we've done them. No extra billing, no extra anything. We've done everything asked. So what I'm here to do is to respectfully request that the proposed second interview be with both Transtech and Charles Abbott to dig a little deeper into the bid and the bid construction of the bid and format of the bid. Because we were asked to sharpen the pencil on our current method, and we took it literally that way. And I found that the city's looking at other types of fee structures, which we are happy to continue discussions with that. Because I mean, we care about this city, so I want to make sure the best thing happens for this city. So that's the proposal that I hope council considers, is to direct staff to get a little deeper into the negotiations with both of the top two candidates, not just narrow down to one and go on. Because our interview was, what was it, 7 or 8 questions, and how you answer those questions, and that was it. So I think the city should verify that each applicant actually has qualified personnel currently available to service the city of Yucaipa. We currently have 4 residents of Yucaipa. Am I out of time? Because I could stop if you want. You want me to stop?
Yeah.
Or can I continue a little bit?
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes is up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's what I'm respectfully asking, is to have negotiations with both companies, not just one. Thank you so much.
I have no more comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. Right.
I'm just here to answer any questions that the council may have.
All right, Bob?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess for Dr. Moore, I was a little surprised that we went away from this. They've been with us 33 years. What happened? I've never heard a negative thing about them. Just wondering what happened.
Staff received direction to put out for an RFP. The mayor and council requested it. We put it out, and we got direction and sent out for RFP. And this was the most responsive. TransTech, my understanding from staff, was the most responsive to the process. This is not unusual. They've been here 33 years, but sometimes there's other companies out there that may do a better job. I understand the building official currently his concerns, but TransTech was the best. They went out in RFP. We reviewed everybody's qualifications. We asked them, staff had a panel. There was a panel that interviewed all the applicants that were interested, the respondents to the RFP, and the best 2 were selected to move forward. And then based on that, the top firm was selected, the most responsive firm with the best services.
Yeah, TransTech has a great reputation. They're a great company too, but we've had CAA for 33 years, been through many leadership changes up here. I just wonder what happened all of a sudden that we decided to change, other than, I know in, I think April or something, you had asked for an or was it earlier than that? Asked for an RFP, and I understand the process, as long as the playing field was level of what we asked each company to bid on. From what I remember from the last couple of years, I know David specifically helped a lot when they were doing the Tyler Munis transfer to the new electronic system, so everybody kind of knew what was happening. If you put in a permit, your contractor couldn't fake you out. This is really what's happening with that whole system. I thought he had put in a lot of hours, is what I was told, extra. So, that's the stuff we'd expect from any company, hopefully, that wants to partner with us. I'm sure TransTech would do it too. But it's difficult when you're making change other than asking for an RFP. I mean, I guess every meeting I could ask for an RFP for something. I mean, I did it in the spring of '25 on attorney services. I'm sure Mr. City Attorney remembers that, and things worked out fine. So I just want to be careful if we had some issue with CAA, and I don't want to be too repetitive with Charles Abbott, then that's fine. Something came to light and they had a chance to resolve it or whatever it was, that would have been great. But if there wasn't an issue and we just merely wanted to go out for an RFP, okay, this is where we're at. And you had a panel, obviously, you put together, right, Dr. Moore? There was people that interviewed, and if what I understand.
Yes, it was comprised of staff members.
So there's a process.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Deputy? No? No. Sorry, Deputy Mayor. John? Judy? I just, run a contracting company, and we get jobs from companies all the time and stuff, and then they bring in some random companies to make sure that we're still on our game and giving the best price and giving the best service. And sometimes that needs to happen to keep companies sharp and to keep the city knowing that they're getting the best service for the best price. And so RFPs, I think, are a good thing on a lot of stuff, especially when companies been with the same company for years and years, and they keep on extending their contracts. Just like the same thing with the arborist. We put that out for an RFP. Same company came back, 15% less money, and it was the same company. So I think it's a good thing that we do this, just to keep everybody on their toes and just to keep their pencils sharpened. So, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion on item number 16 for recommended actions 1 through 6.
Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
Nay.
All right. Item number 17, Mr. Graham.
Yes, Mayor. I have before you introduction and first reading of ordinance number 484, adding chapter 8.52 entitled Mobile Showers to Title 8 of the Yucaipa Municipal Code. Recently, the state passed legislation that prohibited cities from criminalizing the provision of services to homeless individuals. And so we've had to continue to look at our municipal code, just like we have to revise our ADU ordinance every year. We now have to revise our health and safety code every year to make sure that we are in compliance with state law. One of the items that was identified by staff as needing further look was regulations for mobile showers. So we can't prohibit it anymore. After talking with the water district, as well as city staff, we did have health and safety concerns regarding mobile showers. So what you have in front of you is a regulatory ordinance that requires how are you going to get the potable water? How is that water going to be treated? How is it going to be drained? What other sort of health and safety regulations are they going to employ to make sure that there's not communicable diseases that are transferred through this process? I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have about it, but if you approve the introduction and first reading, it'll come back on consent for second reading and adoption at your next regular meeting.
All right. John, anything? Nope. All right. So it was, is this a vote?
This is a vote. Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll move
Oh, do we
to,
have public comment?
We have no comments on this item.
Okay.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Harat, you're up.
Item 18, thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is the fiscal 26-27 annual procurements. Each year, city enters into various contracts for services to be performed throughout the fiscal year. There's, several, it ranges, there's several different things. It could be for contract services, environmental services, on-call engineering. These agreements, there's total of 31. It's been summarized in attachment A and B. The first attachment has, I believe, 17, which is an annual contract, and the other one has 14 for multi-year contracts. So these are, every year, these are presented for approval to dismiss the, I want to get the right wording, dismiss the competitive bid process as per section 2.24.060A of the Yucaipa Code, as these would be impractical, useless, and uneconomical to follow the procedures. Such procurements have followed the sole source process of the purchasing policy. So we're asking for council to approve this list and not go through that process. Thank you.
All right. John? Bob?
That's okay, I don't have anything.
Just to clarify, a lot of this references budget for fiscal year 27 that we haven't approved yet. Is it appropriate to vote on this matter?
Yes, we checked it out before you guys got to that action. The city attorney has advised that we can move forward. It won't impact us pending the budget approval.
Okay, so we'll basically approving this now in advance for what we anticipate will be an approved budget later on?
So the continuing resolution that you approved explicitly authorizes expenditures for contracts that are entered into by the city.
Understood.
That would include all these things. And so these are things like our Microsoft licenses.
Yep.
Probably need those to continue after July 1st.
Sure.
Things like that.
I'll move approval on the matter.
I'll second.
I have a question. In regards to the Props AV, we kind of touched on that before. I just want to verify that that is only for special events and that type of thing. It has nothing to do with the contract, right?
Megan's going to come up and answer that.
The contract before you in this item is separate from the contract that was presented previously. This item does have to do with the YPAC.
Yes.
And it does have to do with special events. It's all production services that that Props AV provides for the city.
Okay, but it's totally separate from what okay, thank you.
But it's for the YPAC though,
That's correct.
so.
But it's our events.
It's for the
Music Arts Festival.
like for Winterfest and those type of
No.
things? No?
Yes, in addition to, for example, 4th of July, for example, we have a rental this weekend. Oh, we have a production of Cinderella this weekend. Props AV has spent 20 hours with the client producing the show for lights, sounds, and it includes those services. We have a quinceañera following week, a wedding. It includes those production services with Props AV.
Mayor, Council, this is a separate from the last item that was denied.
Okay.
It's different, totally different.
So I just have, we have, we're trying to support our local city businesses, right? And I do love big time design. I know that they have an office up here, but they're billing out of Beaumont, so that tax money.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, we had a council member ask me that today. They are billing on it, but the sales tax is billed out of the office here in this city, the city of Yucaipa. We are capturing that sales tax.
So they are billed out of here?
Yes. Well, they bill it out of Beaumont, but we still capture the sales tax, the point of sales out of Yucaipa. We did, another council member asked me that today. I verified it.
Yeah, okay. Advanced printing, this we're extending their contract. This is the 4th year that we've extended their contract?
If I may, Mayor, last year you went out for an RFP, RFQ. We did
Oh, we did?
Yes, and
Oh,
the
okay.
RFP, RFQ was for 3 years, but we did a 1-year agreement. This is for another year.
All right, and it's Calamasa Tech Services?
That's also mine. That is for power for special events.
So now, are we using our own generator? Have we used it yet?
Yes.
We have? Oh, okay. And so what power services do they provide?
They then take the power from the generator and they distribute it to all the food vendors or the vendors that are using that power. They also then include additional generators for different areas where the power can't be distributed. Like, for example, from Yucaipa Boulevard and First Street to Avenue A and California Street.
Because I think the last, what was the last festival we had up there?
It's the Music and Arts Festival.
And we didn't use, we did use our
Yes,
generator?
it was parked right next to Yucaipa. We received a lot of noise complaints, but we did use the generator.
did,
And we're
okay.
thankful for Scott and his team for providing it to us.
Okay, great. So, and then I'm just looking at all the years that these guys we've been doing business with them and stuff. And so just like I said, I do like RFPs, maybe just kind of throw them in there to keep these guys sharp on their stuff. I think the landscaping, it's their 3rd year, or 4th year, the landscape company,
Yes, it is. 3rd year.
3rd year. So are we making sure that they're comparable to other companies out there?
Yes, we also went through the RFP process with them for years 1 through 3, and then we reviewed their costs for this extension, and they have sharpened their pencil based
Okay.
on the RFP.
All right, I'm just asking questions and stuff.
Mayor, Council, though, I will add, I've talked to Fermin and Scott. I'm a landscape fanatic. I like everything green and no weeds, so I have gone through the city and sent notes about landscaping not being addressed, and so staff has been all over them in terms of the landscaping or lack thereof. I don't like to see weeds in parkways. I don't want to see weeds growing through the cracks on the sidewalks. I want all those things addressed because that's maintenance, broken window theory. If that's all maintained, it looks nice. Our streets helps make our community look nice, aesthetically pleasing. So they have been after they went and did a punch list with my understanding, with the landscaper. But I definitely want to look at doing another RFP. Standard practice, and we could bring something to you, is every 3 to 5 years. You should be looking at doing RFPs on all these firms.
I'm good with that.
And going out. We could bring something,
Yes.
I don't know if we have a policy on that, where we could bring something where it's hard and fast rule for the council to consider.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Did you have, you motioned, right? Yes. So we had a first and we had a second?
One more question.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay, on the landscaping, just curious, do they contract any of their work out, or do they do it themselves?
They do it themselves.
Do they repair sprinklers?
Yes, they do.
They do, okay, thank you.
Okay, we got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? All right. Anna, you have the mic.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 19 for you tonight is the formation of the Yucaipa Calamasa Ad Hoc Committee. This is something that was brought to us by the City of Calamasa. They reached out to us on Monday, May 4th, and expressed interest in forming an ad hoc committee between the two cities. In past years, each city had a two-member ad hoc that would get together periodically to discuss issues concerning the respective cities. This isn't something that you currently have on your committee's roster, and so tonight we're asking that the City Council discuss if this is something that you're interested in. The proposed Yucaipa Calamasa Ad Hoc Committee will convene only as needed to discuss issues amongst the two cities. If this is something that you're interested in, I would ask that you please appoint 2 members of the council, and then I can reach out to the city manager in Calamasa. I'd be happy to get this going forward. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Great. I think I'd like to be on that. And so,
I would like to be on the committee also.
and John?
Well, I would like to also, but if there's only 2 spots, that's fine.
I think bare knuckle box. So whoever wins, wins.
So,
Bob?
I would like to comment that because I have time during the day where I'm more available than some of the other people, that's why I have expressed the opinion that I would like to be on that committee.
So I was, and I was talking to their mayor, Jeff, at the, what was that, the Memorial Day. He hit me up on that. So did Eric Cundiff. But, so we have Judy and I will be on it.
Okay. And if we can just get a motion and second on that and a vote, please.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Stephen Graham, you're up next.
Item 20, I specifically requested that this item be the last item on the agenda because based on the fact that, we had the budget, I assumed we'd be pushing up close to 9:30, but we've all been very disciplined tonight, and I don't intend to ruin that track record now. So if you have any questions about this ordinance, which you directed at the last meeting we prepared, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, you might beat your 9:30 cutoff.
So, listen, I've already seen the crowd dwindle. There are people who just don't stay here that late. And I think if we're gonna be doing city business, we owe it to our constituents to do it at a time where they can be engaged. Mondays are work nights, school nights, people are here. And I think this requires our staff to place the prudent matters at the head of the agenda, ones that they know they cannot function without for the next 2 weeks. And that gives our constituents a chance to be involved in the very important matters that are gonna be taken first. And anything that goes further, it's, I think, as I requested, it allows for council to extend in increments, and then I believe I said 4/5 vote to extend beyond anything beyond 10:30. This will keep us as the council, that we're the ones that are holding these meetings over late, and we can answer to the people who maybe left early to go and get some sleep for work. But I think it's not unreasonable for us to limit our business to normal, reasonable hours so that we can have a more engaged dialogue with our constituents. Again, nothing in this is intended to be, hiding anything or keeping people out of conversations. It's truly to keep it more engaged, so we have early meetings. So with that, I'll have conversation before we vote, maybe.
I'll make a motion.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right.
When will this go into effect, Mr. City Attorney?
You'll have the second reading and adoption on your consent calendar at the next meeting, and then it'll go into effect 30 days after that. Although, if you've seen tonight, the council can decide how fast their meeting goes.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so any councilman has any business reports, comments, requests? You're going last, Judy.
Oh, I'm going last.
Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We had a great time at the Flag Day ceremony on Saturday, June 13th. The mayor and I got to speak, and it just felt great. The beautiful view, our city looks so beautiful.
Right.
Grant and his officers, or his firefighters, sorry, they looked outstanding. Their honor guard is outstanding. Your presentation, having a family member come up and lead us in the pledge was awesome, and shows that you're committed to our community with everything you do. I know that's a special event for you personally, and I just appreciate it, not only as a veteran, but somebody that just loves the way it looks up there. So thank you very, very much, and enjoyed it very, very much.
Can staff maybe give us a little bit of clarity on what type of calendar deadline there may be to put something on for the election in November? Or we already missed that?
So the deadline is 88 days prior to the election. I believe that's August 8th. So if you wanted to have it at a regular meeting, you would want it on your next regular meeting. That would be your deadline. You can, of
So-
course, call a special meeting before that if you'd like.
So, like I said, during our budget discussion, I think there is do we have a cost estimate if we were to place something on? Well, I guess that would be, so, my request is, given the lack of consensus from the council on truly what the intent behind Measure S was, I'd like to discuss at the next city council meeting with the mayor's, either the mayor's consent or majority consent of the council, relative to what it would look like to send Measure S as is back to the voters to get clarity relative to, should it be more of a public safety fund, or should it be a all-encompassing general fund? Or if there's other alternatives, maybe relative to advisory type election that can take place that is not, I think the city attorney referenced something earlier when I was discussing it with him, that is not binding necessarily, but it still gives more clarity. So maybe an item at the next city council meeting where we can discuss that matter, so that we up here can say, okay, listen, we'll give it back to you guys. You clarify, because there's maybe some ambiguity relative to that section, or to what the voters voted for back in 2024. We want clarification to be, and I don't know if any other city council's ever given away authority over their budget, but I think we have a conservative city that we want to do right by. So I think it's not a bad idea to give the voters a chance to weigh in on what they meant by Measure S funding.
Deputy Mayor, so that we prepare the correct documents for your next meeting, would you like us to prepare documents for an advisory measure, which would be a non-binding measure to the city residents that would ask them for their input on the expenditures? Or would you like us to prepare a ballot measure that would convert Measure S into a special tax? That would require a 2/3 vote to be approved, whereas an advisory measure would pass with a simple majority.
Given that it's already approved tax measure, that doesn't change the 2/3 requirement? It's already
It does
money that
not.
was allocated to the city. Okay. I think I'd like to have a discussion on both, and then make a decision then, if
We
that's
will
possible.
prepare both. If that's what the mayor
guys
and council
agree.
would like us to do.
Is it something that we can send a flyer out to every one of the residents to give them, just to
Why
kind of
not? It
get,
costs money, but.
yeah. So does a ballot.
That's what, no, he's saying it cost the vote. I understand it costs money, but
Oh.
I'd like to hear about, at least have a discussion. If the majority of the council says no, we're not gonna do it, then we're not gonna do it. But I think, I'd like to hear what the people say. I'd like to hear if any of our public speakers on that matter would say, yeah, we support that, because we're hearing what's being said up there and we don't agree. Or maybe it's, no, we agree with everything you're doing. There's a section in the section that allows for it to be used on other things than strictly public safety and roads. So I don't know if it's a huge harm for us to have this item at the next meeting to discuss. It doesn't cost anything to discuss it, but I think it needs to be agendized in order for us to discuss it within law.
Okay, can we get that on the next?
It'll be done.
All right. John?
Two things. One, earlier, I made a comment about you'll never get death toll back to zero, and I don't want that to come across or maybe misconstrued that I'm okay with whatever our death toll is. So my only point to that is that we need to be balanced in our approach. So I don't want people to think that I'm okay with whatever numbers we have. So I want to clarify that. And then 4th of July is coming up, so we still have on our city app the 4th of July to report fireworks. Remind the public to use that. In conjunction with that, the fire department and the sheriff's department, are we putting out any special groups looking for fireworks this year to address illegal fireworks being let off in neighborhoods?
Mayor, council, we do have teams going out this year.
Okay. Are we going to utilize last year we had a drone that was assisting with that. Are we going to do the same thing?
We are definitely gonna, that's why one of the reasons the drone program was extended, we'll be utilizing the drone program. And I saw it firsthand at the real-time crime center at the sheriff's headquarters. And we caught someone using fireworks in their backyard and they could not deny it was on the drone.
Yeah, I hear the pilot program is going very well, so thank you. All right, that's all I have.
All right. Judy, so you make us all look bad, so I had to make you go last. So,
Okay. June 10th, the Measure S Committee. The 11th, the Metro Valley Directors Meeting. On the 13th, the city flag ceremony, and it was very nice. But also on the 14th, I attended the Elks Lodge flag ceremony. And if you've never been, I recommend that you go because it's very interesting. They do a history and a presentation of all the flags that we've had throughout our history. And they also do a flag folding and explain each fold. There's 13 folds, and each fold represents something. They played the taps, and at the very end, then they had the 21-gun salute. So it's a very impressive ceremony. On the 16th, the Yucaipa Valley Water District meeting, and this afternoon, some of us went to the ribbon cutting for the new Learning Center, which is down in the Vaughn's Center. That was very interesting, and what I really picked up on is they offer for homeschoolers an area where they can work, and also tutoring. And they have ages from ages 4 to 74, which I thought, wow, that's great. It encompasses many generations there. So I thought that was cool. That's done.
all right. Well, thank you. So I did go to the flag ceremony. It was fantastic, and Bob, that was a great speech that you did. It brought the community together, and I thought it was a very, very good speech. So I've been to a couple things. I can't remember all of them, but one that I did go to was they had a Father's Day at the Braswells over on E and 16th, I believe it was. And they had a hot rod show, and it was pretty awesome to see everybody in there and stuff, and get to talk to some of the elderly people. So I think that's all we have. So, City Manager, you have any announcements?
Yeah, I have a couple, Mayor, Council. I'll be real quick. So just a reminder to our residents, Freedom Fest is coming up. We're gonna have monster trucks. I love to say that. Motocross stunners, stunt bikers. We're also going to have a flyover craft flying over aircraft. And we're also gonna have skydivers. And then we're gonna have an awesome fireworks show. This is the best show out of any city in the inland, well, I would say in the whole Southern California region. So please come up. The tickets are limited. We're getting close to being sold out. So I want to.
Sean, are they $52? I had somebody call me. How much are they for the?
No,
the big thing?
I think they're like $15 or something like that.
For the truck thing specifically, somebody said they're $52. I didn't know if it was true.
Megan answer.
Thank you.
Make sure that you inform residents or whoever reaches out to you. It's important to go to this website for the Performing Arts Center to click that link. The $52 tickets are aftermarket tickets that people
Gotcha.
are trying to sell.
That's probably what happened.
Yeah, they're I believe $22.50. We have a range that every so often the price goes up as we get closer. We only have about 90 seats left at the Monster Truck Show. The fireworks show at the high school is unlimited. It's free. Bring your family.
Thank you.
So that's fantastic. We're almost sold out. And so then I also want to remind the folks that all fireworks, I did minute mores on both of these items, all fireworks, safe and sane, and of course prohibited. Those are fireworks that are not approved by the California State Fire Marshal, right, Chief? I think that's correct. And so you cannot use them in Yucaipa at all. We're providing that show to people that come and watch the show at Yucaipa High School. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Next regular meeting is July 27th, 2026. And it is 9:01. Meeting's adjourned.